Hey y'all. Girl, hush, Patricia. I'm here. I see y'all. My bad. Look, y'all got to keep in mind that I am home with a toddler. I told y'all that yesterday. So sometimes I may come on a little late. Nonetheless, welcome, welcome. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Hey y'all. Good night, good evening, good morning. Hey Patricia. Is that Batman? Hey. Child of God, you here. Tracy. Thank you, Tracy. I think I'm saying that right. You say you hope it's new recent news. Well, I mean, how much more recent do y'all want it? I mean, the trial haven't started. So of course, what may be new to you may be old to somebody else and vice versa. Hey, Vonzetta. Okay, good. God Glow. Hey. Life with Derica. Okay. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, y'all know what? Let me see. It's not connected to my. Let me restart this. Okay, good. I'm just trying to make sure it's connected to the stream. Because I don't see me connected to it. Hey, keep it cute. What did I do? What did I do? I feel like I'm... I feel like I'm not connected to it. So hold on. Into studio. Oh, Derica. Okay. My bad. Okay, now I'm connected. Because I'm like, I can't see me. All right. Pure Beauty, hey. So somebody say they hope it's recent news. Like I was saying, how recent do y'all want it to be? I mean, because you know what I found today though was the interview of Nazia's mom and a few other things. I got my notes. So welcome, welcome, welcome to everybody just coming in. Make sure y'all hitting that like button as you come into the chat. I appreciate you. Okay. The sweetie, hold on, wait. I think I said it wrong. The sweet life. Hey, girl. Y'all, we had a time last night, did we? I was exhausted. I think I woke up at like 1 o'clock today. Crystal, hey, Crystal. We say life with, hold on a minute. Wrong one. I'm glad you're breaking it down the way you are because some of it. Oh yes, thank you. I'm trying to keep my hair open. Radiant Jewels, hey girl. Thank you. Life with Derica. Thank you, Passion. Anna, hey. All right, y'all. Let me get my little video together that I was gonna play for you all. It was something I was gonna ask y'all, but I kind of forgot. So I hope it come back to me. I kind of forgot what it was, and I did write down some stuff so I won't forget. Mm. Free Spirit, hey, hello, new here. Like what you're doing for baby girl? Yes, absolutely. Do you think that do you think they? I like, hey, love, smile. I feel like they definitely is, and I also feel like the energy of my aunt is upon us all. Justice will be served. Okay. That means whoever needs to come out as a suspect will be. That I feel like, we are in that time. I feel like people are being exposed right now. So if she had anything to do with this case, then it's going to come out. It's just set up that way right now in these day and time. You said them. Look, I gotta listen. I be going crazy all day with my baby. I gotta take notes. I have to write notes. VM, hey. Yep, the auntie and grandma. I think so. Shannon already offered up her phone records. She already to put that out there. So where is this video? I saved it earlier. Let me renew my tab. Said her and her team. Wait, Timu Diamond and Silk. Shout out to North Carolina. Hey Mia. MIT, the grandmammy. What was have anybody heard of the mediums that were um basically like channeling Nazaya's spirit? I have a lady that I was gonna play for y'all somewhere in here with her readings. I like her readings, but how y'all feel about the spirit box? You heard them. You say now, do you think something to do with? We all think King has something to do with it. Personally, I think King did. Uh Right, Candace started. That's what I'm talking about. Like yesterday, I said the only reason why I would feel like King did not have nothing to do with it will be because he on Tether. He was on Tether at the time, and he got a legit alibi. But did he assist up until that point before he had to be at home? We won't know, I guess. I'm talking about specifically with her disappearance. The fact that he had on the tether and it could, you know, kind of like justify where he was at the time. Grand Rising Erica. And now that's not to say that he didn't have nothing to do with the whole trafficking cult bull crap they have going on. They found the phone. They have different beliefs with the channeling the Zaya spirit. Tristan, where you hear about that? Said Esther absolutely, but she wanted a piece of like she wanted a piece of man. And then resonate. Well, I'm gonna play one for y'all, and not right now. I'm gonna play the video with Nazia's mom first, and then y'all tell me what y'all think about that, and then we'll go off into something else. However, we're guided. You said just go off another site. She was reading the court report. I would tell you to send me that, but I don't know how you gonna do that. Oh, you talking about Jarvis' phone? They found his phone under the seat. Said he was annoyed that he was distracted. That he was distracted. They having a car again. Oh, you say you don't think he had nothing to do with it? Said exactly. Okay. Yeah. Right. Did they say whose blood was on it? Did they run any forensics on that? I did see the one with the spirit box too. I saw that one, and I was just thinking like, it wasn't too far fetched, you know. I think we just all speculating and like I say, putting our two and twos together, trying to figure out what's what, and why certain things are still very blurry. And right, he is a coward. The way he set up, we got 111 people in the chat. The way he set up, I can't see him wanting to speak. And he gonna definitely take the easy route, the easiest rather. I saw that Pure Beauty. You said you follow a content creator that said that Zaya was tortured and of course that she was tortured. Oh, child. That's a whole lot. Tracy, hey girl. Said how I feel about that one girl, Mimi, from here. Baby, please tell me how you feel. One girl, Mimi, from here. Oh, he can't have a plea deal without her body. Um, Life with Erica. Who is Mimi? The girl that broke into the shop. Hey, he said, hey, Jalen. Maybe if you tell them where the body is, they can make a deal like, right, child of God. But he ain't gonna do that because he's a coward. He's a whole coward. So who were the young ladies that went up to the shop No, I like to highlight y'all comments because on the replay, let me go to the comments. Let me go to the comments. Okay, who are the young ladies that went up to the shop recently? That was the girl. What was her name, y'all? Y'all just said her name in the comments. She was on live and went to the location where she heard the medium describing, and she went to the location and she also went to the shop. Correct? Is that correct? Oh, that's her name, Mimi. Oh man, let me search Mimi watching. You watching from Bahamas, Crystal? Okay, well, okay, right, okay, Mimi. And then I think while she was out in that location that had the field and it was like a big building, not the shop. That's where right here. That's where what's her name? Roxy had popped up at. They wind up being at the same location. So I don't know if she had seen her on live or what, or they just coincidentally went to the same location because the medium did say she talked to Roxy Rocks. Here, lay on this side. Shout out to Pittsburgh. Right, because I would never go out and do something like that. Like I get it. I really do get. Thank you, keep it cute. I really do get it. But you gotta be safe. I know you sleep. You wanna lay on the couch? Wanna lay down? Hmm? Go ahead. Right there. Yeah. Get your blanket. Yes, get your blanket, girlie. Yeah, that was Roxy that had popped up on her. Mm-hmm. You say she's sick. She's sick. Need to be locked up, destroying the investigation. Yeah, she definitely is compromising. If it was to be, some evidence there they could use, she definitely compromising evidence. Hey, Latoya. Say Mimi doing way too much. Yeah. I ain't really even got started. A miracle. Hey, girl. I don't even think I ain't even got started for real. We just been talking. But I do have a video to play of Nazia's biological mother. She was on live with Roxy Rocks a few days ago or something. Somebody uploaded it 8 days ago. So, no, some people was asking where her mom was at. So you're gonna find out. And she broke in driver's house. Yep, and that's where she found that duffel bag.
This video that we're going to watch, it's not long. This is Roxy Rocks. Roxy is basically like a family spokesperson at this point for Naziah Harris's family. She has been posting content since Naziah went missing last year. And yesterday in the video that I reacted to, she is the person that the auntie Jernell or Jernell, in some places it says Jernell, some on the video where she was on the panel, it said Jernell, Jer. Anyway, and Kewana. This is the person who they were talking about, who's been all over Facebook, who has been posting and felt like their efforts were like conflicting with each other. This is that person. Now, Zanaya's mother came on, I don't want to say did an interview. She's talking to her cousin. It's like that. So it's more so they're having a conversation. So don't expect like an interview. She just basically let her talk. And her mom, Zanaya's mom, was asking a couple of questions about what she knows. Roxy basically has kind of put it out there like she's almost doing her own investigation, because at a certain point, they really wanted to believe that Zanaya is actually still alive, but they know today, I'm assuming, that she is deceased, and all the evidence is pointing to JaVIRUS, not only as taking her, because apparently there is some evidence you're going to hear her talking about Zanaya going to the hotel with JaVIRUS, and they see her going in, but they never see her coming out. What the evidence is, did they see him leaving with a suitcase? Did they see him leaving with bags? I do not know. I don't know. That being said, we're going to hear from Zanaya's mom. She's very sad. She's distraught. The way the call comes through, it comes through with another cousin, I guess, Alexis. So Roxy says, "Hey, cousin," to Alexis, and Alexis and Zanaya's mom are together. Towards the end of the video, I've got a picture of Mervyn Jennings. Mervyn Jennings is the man who is noted as Zanaya's father. He passed away over the summer. He had congestive heart failure. And I have another video coming where he did an interview with Fox News in Detroit. And basically, he was sitting there with his wife. But I'm sure it was quite difficult because we know that Zanaya's mother had an affair with Mervyn. And I'm sure it was a difficult situation to have to absorb for the family. And then now she's gone. Anyway, guys, let's get into this so you can hear directly from Zanaya's mother. Let me know what you think. This took place about 3 months ago. So anyone asking what's the date on this? At the time, you'll hear Roxy say that it's been about 9 months. It was the 9 month to the day that Zanaya had been missing. So let's just say she went missing in it was January. So this, I think, was like October 9th. So this was 9 months to the day, and the mom was having a difficult day. And I think they're just absorbing that, you know, even though holding out hope that, and I think around this time too, Detroit police in October filed official charges on JaVIRUS, but we'll talk about that, or JaVIRUS rather. We'll talk about that later, but this is really just the Facebook post. So if you've seen this before, comment down below. If you haven't seen it, find it interesting, let me know. Okay, let's get into it.
Figured it out, child. Okay, I just sent you the thing, Alexis. You should be coming on now. You should have it. It say adding. There you go. There she goes.
Okay.
All right.
Can y'all hear us? Hold on.
We done figured it out, child.
I know, right?
These technical difficulties.
Okay, can y'all hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. So before I hand Lady the phone, I don't want nobody being disrespectful in the comments or none of that shit, because I'm gonna take it there about her. So here she go. Hey, cousin, what's up?
Hey.
Hey.
You doing all right?
The best I can.
Yeah, I'm sure. You know, I was sitting here just kind of giving my thoughts about Nazia's whole situation and, you know, policies and procedures as far as, you know, certain agencies and things like that with CPS and the Detroit Public School and, you know, people who seen things and didn't say anything and, you know, just kind of being bothersome with that. So is there anything that you would like to say in particular, or because I don't know when you came in or what you saw, what you didn't see, what you heard, what you didn't hear?
Right. Actually, can you repeat the hotel situation? Because it was loud.
The hotel situation as what I saw when I went over there?
Yes.
So when I had went over there, I had talked to several different people who knew him. Knew him by J-Bo. They didn't know him by JaVIRUS or by Jay. They knew him by J-Bo. And that was people at the gas station, people at the liquor store, and people who live in this particular hotel that's over there on Harper and Connors. And when I was talking to people, you know, they had said that they had been seeing him there with, you know, crackheads and stuff like that. So it was just the whole hotel is off. And he has been over there several times because it was people who like knew him. So, you know, with me just kind of checking it out, you know, myself and talking to certain people, it was just really off. What have you, but that is not his first time that he has been over there.
You talking about the travel in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's definitely not his first time over there. people definitely recognized him, especially the gas station and the corner store. They even described how he looked without the hat on. I showed them a picture where he was kind of like covered up. And they described him with long hair and his teeth was messed up and stuff like that. So I found that to be
He supposed to have worked at the gas station. They had the auto mechanic shop connected to it. Because I had been there a few times, and he's supposed to have been working there.
Apparently, he worked a whole lot of auto shops.
Yeah, then he worked one down on Neff off of Warren and Cashew. He worked at that one. But you said so the people are familiar with who he was.
Yes, they are familiar with who he was. Yes. What's also not making sense to me is the hotel got at least, I counted 15 cameras.
Yeah.
So it's not making sense to me how she was seen going in and not seen coming out.
Right.
So that's not making sense to me.
I can understand that. I'm not making no damn sense.
Right. So I don't know. I'm kind of I don't want to do too much or say too much, but if you wanted to have the floor to say anything, then I wanted to let you, have that.
So, I mean, especially they was just on there like you ain't give a fuck, but you did, I mean, I love my daughter. I mean, it can't be measured how much I love my daughter, and I'm still holding on the fact of and the possibility and the fact that she is still living,
right? Regardless
of the news and everything. Say I don't do the publicity. I don't do people's platform or however they want to benefit off this situation. My concern is about my daughter, and just because people doesn't see my face or see me all everywhere like some of my family members be, that doesn't mean that I'm not involved and I'm not trying to keep up with what's going on with my daughter.
Right.
And that's how much I got to say about it to anyone. I don't have to show my face all on the news or be all on everybody's podcast and all that. I don't have to do all that for somebody to feel that I'm involved with what's going on with my daughter. Period. Period, boo. See, they don't know. Lady can build a motherfucking house while they all on Facebook.
From the ground up, you hear me?
Yes, I have multiple skills.
Period.
Very intelligent and got them hands. Stop playing with lady.
Period.
And this shit killing her. It's killing her. Absolutely, it's killing me. Nobody knows how I feel about this because it's not them. It's not right. No one knows how I struggle every day just to get through day by day. And I try to still be a mother because I do have a son. So it's hard for me, and I try not to get wrapped up in the bull crap. I just try to keep it about the facts and investigation and what's going on with my daughter. All the other shit is irrelevant to me.
Yeah. Well,
but I want
from me to you, I love you. I love you to death. You know that. Always have and always will. But I'm doing the best that I can. And
I thank anybody else who's reached out and who's involved themselves in the search. Involved themselves as far as passing out flyers from the beginning and still continue to be. I thank everybody for that.
Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome. We pushing through, and we're gonna keep pushing until we get, justice for her and the answers that, Nasiah deserves and you, as well. So
yeah.
You deserve that and she deserved that. So I'm definitely doing my part to get to get that for you.
I appreciate that. I mean, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that.
Of course, that's what family does.
Okay, well, y'all, we're gonna be watching and in the comments. Well, lady, she fucked up right now, so she passed the phone back to me, and we just gonna watch from the comments.
All right. Well, thank you for letting her know I love her and thank her for coming on and speaking her piece.
You hear her, lady? Thank you. She said thank you.
You're
Roxy.
welcome.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, that's it for the video. Here's a picture of Mervyn Jennings. That is Nasiah's father. This is Annette Harris, the grandmother. And this is Jarvis Butt's long rap sheet. So take a look at that. This is also a picture of the twins and the grandmother. We are definitely keeping up with this story. If you
So what y'all think about that? I have my thoughts on it. I saw a few of y'all commenting. I see a lot of y'all feel like she's not a mom. Should have been present. You said Latoya. No walruses. Look, that's why they were so crazy over Jarvis ass. I guess I got mixed feelings about what I just heard Nazia's biological mom say. I don't want to be negative. And I just kind of feel like it's unfortunate. Me personally, I wouldn't hand over my rights to my child. I feel like as a mother, you're responsible for the well-being of your child. I feel like if I were in her shoes, based off the stories that we hear as far as them running away or not feeling safe at Annette Harris's house, knowing the type of trauma that I was raised up in, that would be the last person that I sign my rights over to. Knowing she money hungry, knowing she's never going to give you custody back again, knowing that she's going to mentally, physically, emotionally, psychologically abuse my child. I just couldn't see myself doing that to my children. I don't care how bad of a struggle I was dealing with. If your child doesn't make you want to be a better person, then I don't know. But as for me, my children made me want to become a better woman, a better person, and a better mom. And I feel like a lot of what the tone that I hear from their family when they speak, it kind of comes off like they don't want to take accountability. Like they rather avoid media because they don't want people to judge them. Like, but we're going to observe what y'all saying and then have our thoughts and opinions on it, because it's national at this point. We all have thoughts about it. So it's one thing to say, I'll stay in the shadows and just let law handle what it's going to do, and actually be out there. Because even if I had to sign my rights over, I still would be out there in the press. I still would be out here on social media. I will be doing the interviews. I will be doing everything that I can to. And she still believed that Nazia is alive. So that means that you still should be out here showing your face, being active. She says she active behind the scenes, but I think you should be in the light, in the spotlight. We got 333 people in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Make sure y'all not double tapping the screen. We use the TikTok. Make sure y'all hitting that subscribe button and like button. Okay. But I want to say what I'm saying with love, because I don't mean no disrespect when I say that. And I'm not saying that she doesn't feel a way about her daughter missing. I'm sure she does. But right, she needs to advocate for her daughter. That's exactly what I'm saying. And right, and from Ohio, yeah. You want to lay in the bed? Oh, what is this? No, I'm not going in the bed yet. Not yet. Not with me. Come on. Or lay there. She's so sleepy. She fighting her sleep. I'm not. Come on. Lay down. Look at the results of being active behind the scenes. Got that baby. What? He said, I don't think we have the right to just. You said you don't think we have the right to just. At this point, you know, we need street justice. Yes, the man. You said the mammy was threatening her, keeping her away. It's a lot of pictures of her and that baby. You could tell. Yeah, I'm not saying she didn't love her. I'm not. That's why I'm just not even gonna say anything else, because I don't want it to come off like I'm being insensitive or I'm undermining her as the mother. But we all have to be responsible for the choices that we make, and that's just that. I have to be responsible for the choices that I make, and there are consequences to the choices that you make. So I'm pretty sure guilt is eating her up, just like it would eat anybody up that find themselves in a situation like this. Said if the missing status of your own child, if the family behind it. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that too, child of God. And that's why I'm saying I'm not judging it. I feel like whatever, if she want to be behind the scenes, that's on her. You know, if that's what she feel more safe and more productive doing, then she got a right to do that. No, right, right. That's just it. How you want it all the way over your head? Stop. No. HSR says broken women with poor priorities, putting the man before their safety and well-being. Yeah, I won't say. Yeah, I mean, look, y'all. We don't have the right to judge their mothers, but we have the right to. Do we have the right to judge the father? Because he turned over his rights too, not just the mother. We can't be biased with this either. And they ate his ass up on that podcast, 7 Mile Radio, saying that, you know, it was your fault. You are the father. So we got to hold that same weight, that same energy when it comes to both of them. They both sat down and signed their rights over to their child. So we're not going to ignore the fact that they absolutely did that. That's not judgment. That's facts. And a lot of times y'all mix judgments with facts. And facts can be hurt. It can feel like judgment, but it's facts. All right. Now, I was trying to keep it cute, trying to keep it, you know, mild. From my own experience dealing with a narcissistic mother who I know don't like kids, and she used to tell me that as a kid she hate kids, I would never sign my rights over to a person who I know hate kids. Annette Harris give that same vibe, like she hate them kids. Did you not hear how she talked to them kids in the morning? I'm sure she talked to them like that all the time. We just caught that one time. But her kids, they become so used to her ways. They try to butter it over and call it, oh, she just stern. No, she's dysfunctional and she's mean and she's absolutely toxic. So again, I would never sign my rights over to nobody that acts like that. She was better off letting somebody else adopt her child. She was better off doing that. Or right, strict. Just crazy. Say the dad. Hold on. Dang, I missed the comment. Said the dad have to be held accountable. He cheated on his wife, gave up his custody and his daughter. But again, it takes two. And he wasn't just the only one that signed over his rights. It literally took both of her parents. And to a child, you can say all day long as a parent that I signed your rights. I signed my rights over to your grandmother because I was in this type of situation. I cheated on my wife. I did this. I did that. A kid don't hear that. A kid hear, you don't love me. You abandoned me. You neglected me. A kid don't hear or don't care about none of your life problems, none of your addictions, none of that. Children only care about how you make them feel and how you treat them. Period. So how old was she when she had Naziah? That I'm honestly not sure. They say she was young. They say she was kind of young. I'm not sure. And I don't know if the mama convinced them to turn the rights over. Who knows? I'm just telling y'all from a child's perspective. All right, y'all don't want us to judge the mama and the pappy. How about how the child feel? You gonna call that judgment too? Because clearly Naziah was looking for love in all the wrong places. She was looking for validation. She was looking to be accepted. Y'all hear how she used to beg him not to be mad at her in them text messages? That means she never felt safe around the people that she should have felt safe around. Yeah, at the end of the day, everybody did play their role. Everybody absolutely played their role. And to not be available and to not be there, you're still playing a role. It's called absence. And sometimes your absence is just as loud as being present and toxic. Yeah, he was definitely older than the mom. And he also said it was like a little fling thing. Like he said Naziah's mom was bisexual. So basically it was a lot of, she used to do her drugs. This is what he said. I ain't making this up. He said it was on my own mouth. He used to do his smoking or whatever, but she used to do the hard drugs. And they had basically had a sexual relationship. Basically, Naziah was a mistake. And he tried to get rid of his mistake and quickly turned over them rights. And the mother agreed to it. Now, can we agree that that was a fact? Uh-oh. So you guess you look at it. Oh, wait. I'm trying to get to it. I guess I look at it different. Because you adopted your son, his mother's son. Because she was and she didn't. I mean, I get it. You know, I hope that she gets the help that she needs. I hope that she finds the peace that she deserves. I mean, she still deserves peace, the mother. She still deserves that. You know, I'm not taking away from anything as far as that goes. And I get you having a soft spot for it. But if we just dealing with the facts, just the concrete facts, you got to take your feelings up out of it. Yeah, the dad passed away. Yes, her mom wasn't there, but when Annette stepped up, she was supposed to make sure right. And then she absolutely dropped the ball. Annette, she absolutely. Did y'all see her at the press conference? The grandma? It was like, hold on, y'all. 7. Yeah, I know some people from different states, they probably didn't see this, so I'm gonna still show them. I had it saved already. Oh, it's 2 of them, but it's really short.
I'm asking anyone that knows anything about my granddaughter, please contact the police department. She's been missing for a very long time. Naziah is a very sweet child. This is not of her character. We've been looking for her. We've been passing out flyers. We've been calling people. We've been knocking on doors. We have done some of everything. And we're asking anybody that has any information, I don't care who it is, please come forth, contact the police department. Her life could be in danger. Please call the police department. I want my baby home. And I'm asking in the name of Jesus, and I stand on my faith that he's going to bring her home. But if we all can come together and help find her, I'm telling you, we can make a difference. She's been missing. She's been gone too long. I can't sleep. I can't eat. Just bring her home, please. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Just one more, Chief, one more community.
And Shannon is this Shannon, y'all. This is really sad. This is truly sad. They don't give a damn. Yeah, she has lost a lot of weight. She has. Dang, y'all. This ain't the one. I can't eat. I can't sleep anymore. Oh, wait. Yes, it is. I think it's... Let me make sure. Oh, yeah, that's the one. Catch the cousins at my radio crying her eyes out. Hey, Shantae. Yeah, me too.
And a rule follower. Annette tells me when Naziah didn't come home from school on January 9th, she knew immediately something was wrong and reported her missing the next day. Detroit Public Schools Community District's police department has been handling the investigation. That's until Wednesday, when after a month of fruitless searching for the teen, Detroit Police Department announced that they're taking over.
We're very, very concerned.
Naziah is a very sweet child. She really is. And my biggest fear is somebody hurting her.
We don't believe that initially there was an abduction.
Police say they don't believe Neziah was abducted initially, but when pressed, wouldn't answer if they think she went off with someone willingly. And that tells me that Neziah's school looked at the bus video from January 9th and can see Neziah getting off at her regular stop here.
She got off the bus with her schoolmate and walked up to the corner of Warren and 3 Mile Drive. And one of the school kids said that she turned right instead of turning left. And that's all I know.
Police say they are questioning everyone who knows Neziah. They're working with local, state, and federal partners to look everywhere. If someone is watching right now and they know where Neziah is, what would you like to say to them?
Neziah's life may be in danger and you don't even know it because you're keeping information or trying to keep her hidden because of what you think. Neziah needs to be home with her family and we love her.
If you know anything about Neziah's disappearance or where she may be, you are asked to reach out to Crime Stoppers. You can call them anonymously at 1-800-SPEAK-UP. In Detroit, Sarah Michaels, 7 Action News.
What y'all think? Somebody said crocodile tears. Look at the grandma eyes. She lying. I thought that was the other video, actually. Yeah, I feel like that too, Queen D. I do too. But I'm truly worried that they're not going to find the evidence that we can see it, but can they prove it? Speculation is one thing. Can they prove it? Cassidy, come on. Hold on, y'all. Let me lay her down. You don't have to lay down, girl. Oh. You have to lay down. Please, don't get back up, all right? Yep. Hey, Miss Ree. Yeah, it's just a mess. It's a mess. Oh, this is the one right here. Because it's kind of like they were showing clips, but in different videos. But this is the actual clip I wanted to show y'all right here. Right here. Thank you. Glad to have y'all here. She was standing there, said, "Where's the twin?" Yeah, I don't know where that twin at. She act like that. We know she feels some type of way because her daughter got up on that stand, her 9-year-old daughter. It's like the father of the 9-year-old daughter had a lot to say on Facebook. But hey Belinda. But she still ain't said much. Should have got them messages for y'all. Yep, that was the one that they had to put out of the courtroom because he charged at Jarvis. He charged at him. Right, I would too. No, as he should.
Sir, if they think she went off with someone willingly. And that tells me that Neziah's school looked at the bus video from January 9th and can see Neziah getting off at her regular stop here.
She got off the bus with her schoolmate and walked up to the corner of Warren and 3 Mile Drive. And one of the school kids said that she turned right instead of turning left. And that's all I know.
Police say they are questioning everyone who knows Neziah. They're working with local, state, and federal partners to look everywhere. If someone is watching right now and they know where Neziah is, what would you like to say to them?
Neziah's life may be in danger and you don't even know it because you're keeping information or trying to keep her hidden because of what you think. Neziah needs to be home with her family, and we love her.
If you know anything about Neziah's disappearance,
But they are. Oh, somebody come in there. Say I'm late. You ain't that late, Tiana. We just doing recap. That's it. I know some people like this, especially people out of town. They probably don't really know everything that we know in the city. Say, I believe that Jarvis will give Shannon Annette and Marquita. Yeah, he better. And I think somebody had on TikTok a video of Jarvis walking past in the living room. They like, he was in the house. He was in the house. I don't believe none of that bull crap about him not being in the house. He was absolutely in that house. You said you heard he changed it? Hey, Miss Sexy Ray. Right. You know, I just really feel like all of this is just unnecessary. Like, why are they keeping, just tell the damn truth. I just feel like it's so unnecessary. Hey, Angela. Tell us that you know she was pregnant. Tell us that you know she was having sex with Jarvis. Tell us. Come on now. Tell us that she had a phone and you turned it on and off at the house. They say the police officer said that Annette told them that Neziah did not have a phone. But the number that they had gave the police was binging at the location where Neziah stayed. It turned on and off, on and off. They called to question her about it. They showed up, called her one way or the other. And she said, oh, yeah, it was me. I turned the phone on and off, allegedly. Okay. But it's like, why are y'all just making everything so difficult? Just tell the truth about everything. You ain't got nothing to do with it. I mean, what? Yeah, be held in contempt. Yeah. Just so many discrepancies around the phone situation. Like, golly, y'all getting on my nerves. So when inmates get that ass. Oh, let me play this for y'all too. It's for some of the people that have not seen. I'm gonna play what the judge has said because she read all they ass for filth. As far as I'm concerned, she saw right through the bullshit. It's like, you know what? Hell yeah. So I want to know everyone's thoughts on Roxy. Yeah, I feel like everybody guilty until proven innocent. That should sum that up for you right there. And, you know, she's seeming to be the one of the three cousins who's actually active and trying to make a difference and things like that. So I'm hoping that it's genuine and, you know.
No physical evidence such as bloodstains or weapons. As far as Fisher, I agree with the people that this case is distinguishable. This is a case regarding a trial. And the one thing I had highlighted in case is the quote, in this case, there was no
That sounds
physical
so low.
evidence such as blood stains or a weapon leaking defendant to Joyce's death. In this case, we don't have the same facts or circumstances. I do agree, this is a circumstantial case, and circumstantial evidence is sufficient for a bind over and even conviction. Today is January 9th, 2025, exactly 1 year, from the day Neziah Harris disappeared. Before I get into the charges, and the main charge of premeditated first-degree murder, I have to speak on Neziah Harris and the community who failed her. And I'm only presented with certain evidence. I don't know the whole story. The attorneys know more than me. The family knows more than me. But from what I have heard over the last 4 days and 5 days total, is that several people failed her. I don't know where her mother is. I don't know anything other than that she was forced to live in a home where she was not protected or given the adequate attention and love. I don't know where her father is. I don't have any mention of him in her life, no presence. To Cordell, aka King, and all the men who saw Jarvis Butts hanging out and always around these young girls, including Neziah, and his 9-year-old daughter going up to the shop to clean up the shop. The school counselor who never showed up, or the person who was supposed to show up if that counselor was absent, after Neziah was on the floor on the day she went missing, saying that she needed to speak to someone and speak to a counselor. There's no mention of CPS, but I wonder what their involvement was over the years, because this was not just a 1-year thing. There are text messages at least from 2022. To her adoptive grandmother, Annette Harris, whose testimony, in my opinion, was very questionable. I understand why the people put her on the stand to establish Neziah's residence in the house on Bedford and the regular routine, to establish also that Neziah was not a runaway child, that she was not a bad kid. I do believe she adopted Neziah. I do believe that she had 6 kids in the house. I believe that Neziah had on a dark hoodie the day she went missing, and that she had on red and black Nikes that day. What is hard to believe is that the defendant never came into the house as she testified. And there was also a minor that testified that he did as well. Text messages that showed between him and Neziah that he did in the basement, saying he was going to the shower, stealing her panties. He was always lurking around the house and asking for Janiyah and Zaniyah, from what I know. I even thought about the breakfast routine and saying that all the kids like eating breakfast at school. Did they have a choice? I don't know. But to always send those girls up there to clean up the shop raises questions.
Y'all heard what she just said about them having a choice? I just noticed she said that. She said something about them not having a choice to eat breakfast at home. Did they have a choice?
And how were there 2 women in the house who have birthed the children themselves who did not notice that Neziah was pregnant, and I believe she was, and not having her period anymore? But then after hearing text messages today, begging Jarvis for pads as if she didn't have anyone else to give it to her. And what stood out the most was when Annette Harris stood on the stand, and she learned around 6 p.m. that Neziah did not come home from school, and said she looked around for her and decided to wait until the next morning to call the police. Without a tear, without emotion, or any expression of being devastated. And to her Aunt Shannon, who also showed no emotion, expression of being devastated from Neziah going missing. She stated that she had friends help look for Neziah, but was directed to just wait until the morning to call the police. A grown woman who likely suspected something strange going on didn't feel the need to call the police either. They were both able to go to sleep at night without hearing from Neziah or having any indication that she was coming home that night. And of course, the defendant, who I will get to in a minute. I don't know who else failed Neziah, but the community did. As far as the people establishing probable cause, I will focus on count 1, as it's been stated that there is no contention with counts 2 and 3. In count 3, I will amend based off of the motion and the testimony I heard that Neziah was 12 and not 13 at the time that Jarvis Butts had sexual intercourse with her. The prosecution is correct. You do not have to have a body to establish first-degree premeditated murder. It would have been a much shorter exam had her body been found, but this is where we are. In the last 365 days, no text messages. We all heard today and yesterday that she was very active and frequently texted. No social media for years. We heard through testimony that she was also active on social media. No phone calls, which she was also able to do according to testimony. No physical sighting of her by anyone. She never came back to school. No one has seen her. Medical records dated from July 2014 to October 2023 indicated that she had no life-threatening medical issues that would lead to a natural cause of death. The black hoodie found in the area of 7 Muhlenberg with her DNA and blood on it. The holes in the hoodie consistent with some sort of struggle, violence, or weapon being used. And we know that there were no holes in that hoodie when she wore it to school. We saw a picture of her in a black hoodie on her last day that everyone saw her. I do believe her grandma testified truthfully about the sweatshirt that she had on, and that was practically new. And the border agent who said that no evidence of animals would have destroyed the clothing or the shoes to possibly lead to animals tearing up that hoodie. The clear glasses found in the blue Nissan the day after she went missing. The behavior of the defendant when he snatched those glasses. They looked exactly like the glasses she had on in her last picture, according to the witness. The shoes that her brother described as the same shoes that were found also in the area of 7 Muhlenberg near the hoodie. While this is still probable cause, the evidence all points to JaVIRUS Butts. His locations, him being seen with her last, the abortion searches, the abrupt silence between the two of them in text messages, and the constant lies he told throughout the entire investigation. And they were proven to be lies with text messages and other testimony. We may never know what happened, but from what I heard today and over the last 4 or 5 days, it appears he intended to perform what he thought was a do-it-yourself abortion on Desire and went south, and instead of seeking medical attention for her, he intentionally killed her and tried his best to cover it up. As much as I want her to be alive today, there is at least probable cause to show and believe that she's dead and she was murdered by JaVIRUS Butts. Mr. Butts, stand up. You've been sitting over there 4 days with your head down, sitting between and behind your attorneys with your mask on and taking vigorous notes. I want you to pay attention and listen to everything I have to say. I have been trying to figure out for the last 5 days, you. At one point, I thought you were cognitively impaired in the beginning of this exam. And then maybe you had the brain of a 10-year-old, and that's why you were doing such things. But as I heard more and more testimony, you're just the true definition of a pedophile. Watching you laugh and brag about all the women you have with different women and the children and the girlfriends, and making babies to groom them, and having them in your presence, cleaning up your shop, and the little girls around you, has landed you here today. You groomed Desire. You played mind games with her. We all heard that. You controlled her emotionally. She was exposed to so much at such a young age. The text messages between you two were disgusting to hear. And to think that she had you saved in her phone as babe for life. Desire deserved so much more. And while I mentioned other people that failed her, JaVIRUS Butts, you are the monster in this whole picture. She did deserve love from her parents and everyone who was in her life. She was ignored, she was neglected, and you took complete advantage of that. She wanted someone to love her, and she will never know what that feels like. Your children deserve more. As much as the defense counsel has raised issues on count 1, all that has done is raise the question of fact for the trial of fact, which means that this will be for a jury or a judge to hear in the Third Circuit. I pray for the healing of all the victims and the young girls and possibly boys who have come into contact with you. As a community, we should look at this case as a prime example of how much work we have to do when it comes to protecting our children and especially our Black girls. I pray for closure and healing for all those who have been traumatized by you. And for you, JaVIRUS Butts, I wish you a speedy trial and that justice be delivered. Your bind over date is January 16th at 9 o'clock a.m. Anything else for the record?
Not for the people, Judge. Thank you.
Not for defense.
Do the right thing and tell us where she's at, please. I'm sorry, Judge. Just do it, Jarvis.
Where is she at, Jarvis?
Just tell us.
You don't cut it over your
Judge, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to disrespect your court.
Can you all turn off the camera, please? I love it.
Y'all. I seen what's her name? Jarvis' sister Facebook. She said that she was getting attacked on Facebook, so I went to go check it out. And I don't know. I was trying to make out who that might have sounded like. It seemed like it might have been Roxy, if I had to take a guess. Definitely wasn't the grandma or Shannon. Mm-hmm. Yep, her name. What's Jarvis' sister name again? That's her name. I got it on here. But anyway, she was. Yeah, Tijuana. Somebody say Tequila. I think it's Tijuana. It's right here. She said, "Can y'all see that? I think that's as big as I can get it." So she said, "It's really sad that some people are so ignorant. I did what was right, and now my daughter and I are getting life-threatening phone calls. I see some of my family member pages are being posted that never ever met my brother. I don't owe anyone any explanation. I know who I am. People are speaking on me and my family as if they personally know us. I hope that they're putting that same energy into keeping their children and kids away from motherfuckers like my brother. Find a job or something better to do besides trolling me. This is why people don't come forward to do what's right." Shaking my head. Then she went on to say in the comments, "I literally deactivated my account because people thought I had something to do with this. I was just at the wrong place at the right time. The police didn't come to me. I went to them. They never knew I was there. I didn't even know I was there until I did my own investigation. Brother or not, that shit is wrong as hell. And he has to pay for what he did. That's why I testified. I didn't have shit. I didn't have to do shit. Naziah deserves justice. She deserves to be laid to rest. Her family deserves closure. This is not on me and my family." And then she went on to say, "You know I'm not worried about them. Fucking with my kids and my brothers is not cool. People act like you have control over who you're related to." She said, "I'm seeing all this made up stories about my mom, which is crazy because everyone that knows us knows our grandmother raised us. They need to find another hobby. What happened to Naziah is sad and heartbreaking. If they care so much, search the areas his ass was tracked to." I don't think I said I think Tijuana knew. I think I said she definitely knew he was a pedophile though. I did say that. But do I think that she has something to do with her disappearing and all of that? No. You said, was that day dress down day? Was that day old pic? Did she? I feel like she might have packed some extra clothes because according to the ring camera, she did not go in a direction that she should have been going if she was going home. She went the opposite direction. So that means she might have had some clothes in her book bag, or somebody randomly scattered her clothes around. That would be the only two things in my head. Yeah, they are not supposed to be around any children. They ain't even supposed to be around the school. So that means they ain't supposed to be around children at all. So at that point, right, if you talking about the sister, I feel like at that point she was like, I'm gonna have to do what's right. It is what it is. Like she said, brother or not, it don't even matter at this point. You're wrong, and that's just that. She had been there for a few hours. So she wasn't in and out. She said she sat around because he had other clients in front of her. Said the only reason why she noticed Naziah is because Naziah kept walking back and forth from the gas station to JaVIRUS truck. T Beezy, shout out to you. Thank you. Oh, she said salute to the sis. Yeah, I still think it took a lot of courage for her to get up there and do that and stand for what's right against her brother. I'm sure she actually loved her brother to some extent. You think she saw Naziah's stomach? You think she noticed it? That would have been a good question to ask her. But she said the girl looked tiny. The one that she did when she saw Naziah, she said she looked tiny. So maybe she didn't notice if she had been pregnant or not. Maybe not. Maybe she didn't notice, y'all. I mean, in her defense, she was the only person that got up on that stand and actually shedded some real tears. Now, was she crying because the predicament she was in, because she had to go against her brother and stand for what was right, or she genuinely want justice for Naziah, or it could be both. But she was the only one that showed emotion. She showed the type of emotion that her own family should have been showing, and they didn't. So look, he's spreading STDs and spiritual STDs, sexually transmitted demons. Remember, I told y'all he used sex to steal their energy and stuff. That's what he was doing. That's why he was sleeping around like that. Only demons do that, trying to siphon energy through sex. He said his trial going to be crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Incubus in the flesh. Shout out to Reggie. I just got your cash app. Thank you. And she cried because she knew she could have prevented it. It could have been a lot of reasons why she cried, Tristan. I thought about all of that. Like, yeah, she could have just been like, it was something I could have done to prevent it. Maybe I should have made sure my brother was on the sex offender list. Maybe I should have called the police when he was actually around children. Because I think technically he was supposed to be around his own kids, is he? If he's a registered offender? Yes, Jarvis is a demon. And demons are manipulators. Demons they do exactly what he do. He used his looks to his privilege, right? He used his looks to get women. They said his teeth rotting. He's rotting from the inside out, and that tells a lot about his hygiene. You got rotten teeth, and you think you light skin with pretty hair, so you think you're cute, but you're rotting because you're rotting from the inside out because you're a demon. And that's just how I feel about that. Did not take care of his hygiene. D Wash. Hey, it was somebody else that came in too. I don't be trying to skip y'all comments. They just be coming so fast sometimes. Jocelyn. Hey, girl. Say she sat in the parking lot for an hour and a half protecting her brother. Yeah, right, Nat. She was trying to get the car fixed, y'all. And like she said when she was on the stand, she said, I get my car fixed for free. So she sat around for a while till he got done. I think a lot of times people will use people to their benefit till they can't use them no more. She had no choice but to come forward and talk, because otherwise it's going to look like you had something to do with it. You better go talk. You better go tell what happened. But I still feel like she took advantage of the fact that he fixed her car for free. That's what she said on the stand. Because again, we dealing with the facts that they saying. This is the things that they're saying. I'm not making it up. This ain't about how I feel about it. You know. Oh, subpoena makes you talk. Yeah. So I wonder if they had not got subpoenaed, would they even have showed up? But she said Kewana, that's her name, Kewana. Am I saying it right? The sister, Jarvis Butt's sister. She basically said she reached out to the detectives on her own. Right. Somebody had put that in my comments too. And I had to address that because they said I was being racist, or because I made a comment saying in the last video that Jarvis got a type. He like them big, a certain complexion, and desperate, basically. That ain't a lie. I mean, rather I say dark skin, big, and desperate, it's the same thing. Does that mean I'm talking about all dark skinned women? No, I'm not, because that don't make you ugly because you dark skinned. And that's the misconception that I think that person might have got from that. Furthermore, I have highly melanated children. Why would I think that all dark skinned people was like that? No, all women are not like that. He knew exactly who he can go for that will fall for the okie doke. And they do all look alike. They do. They all look alike. They all talk alike. They all sit there looking stupid. He had a type. Saying the same thing. I know he's sleeping with other women, and I know this. Basically, they saying I know I was desperate and stupid, and I kept him around just because I wanted a piece of man. And they just so happened to all look alike. If they were all light skinned with the same mentality, I would have said he got a type, because he still got a type. It don't matter. But in society, a lot of times dark-skinned women feel like a light-skinned man is the prize. That's facts. Yeah, it's like, right. His type was definitely desperate. Now, the other women, they could have been, skinny and whatever. We don't know. We only going based off what we see, y'all. We literally seen the type of women that he had on, and come get testimonies. Now, if we see some more women, then we could be like, oh, okay, they look a little different till we hear them talk, and we be like, oh yeah, they all still slow. They still a little slow and desperate. It ain't got nothing to do with what your skin complexion. It got nothing to do with that, really. Yeah, she proud, and that's what I'm saying. She was proud of Jarvis. Now ask yourself, why would she be proud of a child molester and pedophile? Because in her mind, she viewed him as more and better than what he actually is. She viewed him like the prize. Why? Because she feel low and ugly and have low self-esteem within herself. She thought that he was the prize. Get what I'm saying? She thought low of herself. Now I ain't calling the girl ugly. Y'all did that. I'm just saying she thought she was. I was I don't know how to make a mod. When I click y'all the options on y'all names, it don't give me the option to make anybody a mod. So I'm not sure how to do that just yet. Right, that was in her mind. That was the best she can get. Oh, you can't do it from StreamYard. Okay. So let me see if I can pull it up on my computer. And guess what? Women become desperate like that because they feel, because it's the mama. It's her mama fault for not instilling confidence in her daughters. It's the mama fault. And I can attest to that. My mama didn't instill the confidence that I needed to navigate and figure out. Shout out to you. Hold on, I just saw somebody send me something. Jocelyn, shout out to you for the cash app. Thank you so much. It's the mothers. We have to pour into our children. If you want your children to be able to thrive in confidence and self-worth, and make sound decisions when it comes to the type of people that they date and what they view as normal, as toxic, and all of that, it starts with the mother and the father if he's around. But it starts with that dynamic first. And they grandma is a narcissist. She's probably I ain't trying to I'm not trying to diagnose the lady, but she gives me the vibes of a narcissist and a psychopath and sociopath. The fact that how she portrays herself and all of that, living with her is a nightmare. I could just imagine. So therefore, I don't believe her children have the proper love that they needed, which then chips away at their confidence. It chips away at their perceptions. It chips away at everything. Hey, do y'all think Annette was messing with Sicko? She could have been. I'm finna go on there, what's the word, and see if I can do it from the view that how y'all viewing it. Let me see. Hold on a second. Thank you. Yeah, he was for everybody. And they always say you know, I feel like, I don't want to put this for y'all. The mother hold a lot more power when it comes to raising the child than what society leads people to believe. The mother can either create a monster or a god. Y'all get what I'm saying? Like, yes, it's important for the father to be around too if he not toxic. Same thing with the mother. Same thing with the guardian. If they ain't toxic, then let me see. I'm trying to see. Hold on. I see y'all liking. Thank you. Thank y'all. I think I just did it now. It says you can manage. You say, Asia, what's going on? What you mean, what's going on? Say, I think he was doing them the devil's coming. Yeah, I don't put nothing past him. It should have just made you a mod. What's the word for the day? Oh, you reading the comments? Okay. Thank you. What's the word? Appreciate you. Okay, so let's get into this reading that I wanted y'all to listen to too. This one was, she did two. This one was 10 months ago when they were still scrambling around trying to figure out when we didn't really have the details that we have today. So I thought that her reading was really accurate. For y'all that's not into this, you know, I don't know what to tell you, but you know, we into spirituality. Okay, what's so y'all ready? This is not the lady that was doing the channeling. Yep, groomed and conditioned. Yep. Dang, where'd it go? I just saw it. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this.
Kia and work on my victimized cases for the family. I'm actually looking for a young baby, all right, named Nazaya. Hold on, family. Nazaya Harris. I believe that's how you pronounce her name. And if I'm pronouncing it incorrect, family, feel free to put it in the comment section. And also, even though I'm mispronouncing it, ancestors already know who she is. We're looking for this young baby. From what I've told, she's been missing out of Detroit, Michigan. One thing I'm gonna say is I did do a little bit of meditation regarding her, and I shouldn't just say a little bit, but I had meditated a little bit over this baby before coming up here. And one thing I want to say is I did pick up trauma, okay, regarding this baby. Another thing is some things happen, but I want to let the ancestors read, speak through the visualizations of the cards, and then I'm going to put forth what I've picked up. Okay, so let's go into this case. Nazaya Harris, missing out of Detroit, Michigan. Right, family? So let's look at this case. Oh, child, I'll get that in a minute. Like 3 messages fell out. I'll get that. Ask the ancestors for clarity. And so Nazaya Harris, clarity into the situation. Okay, Nazaya Harris. Yeah, this smell along her path. Just before I did that, something happened here, family. And I hate to say what I'm going to say next, but I know this is what happens to this baby. Okay, I know that somebody did this. All right, let's just go into this. Here's the situation. This is her path, right? And this baby had a spiritual path. I want you all to know this. This baby had the key to life, family. Listen to what I'm saying. When those have the key to life, all right, it's always the demonic forces that come along their path and take them off their path. This is what I'm talking about, family. And for my spiritual family, you all know what I'm talking about.
If you're thinking of going back to school to get a new job,
we gotta look deep into this mail, and there's a reason why, and I'll speak about that. So along her path, here's this mail, and this mail did some harmful things, right, family? We praying, we don't stop praying, we still continue to pray for this baby, right? For this baby's overall well-being, we're still praying. Same ancestors for the messages that Nazaya would like us to know. Reveal the messages. Yeah. Here's the tower. It lets me know that something happened. Something happened in that home, in that tower, right? Whatever home it may be, okay? So along her path going to that tower, something happened. The tower could be her home, her work, whatever, because the tower tells me about the work, the home, or wherever environment that you may be at or going. So something happened there. Here's the loved ones, right? So somebody is along her path right here, looking for some kind of reward or recognition in here. But I am seeing the family getting some closure into something about her path, okay? So some things, some details is getting ready to come out to the family, right? So to her loved ones. Here's the tower. Here's somebody overstepping boundaries. So in the tower, so in the home area, somebody has been overstepping boundaries, right? It's a male in here in this tower. So it lets me know that this male, more likely, she could have encountered this male before, right? This is probably not the first time she encountered this male. Or not the first time she went to this male house or this male been to her house. You understand? So you see the corruption that's hidden about this, about the blood? See, it's corruption in here. Somebody is hiding something regarding this young lady, all right? Being hurt, harmed, injured, or possibly deceased. Because you know when the blood comes out, family, unless you know that somebody is hurt, harmed, injured, they could be deceased. But it's corruption. So you gotta watch out, family, because when corruption comes out, I tell you, family, people who you think that's not involved, they be involved. People, things that you think that's not happening, it be happening. It's hidden, right? All right, let's go a little bit deeper. I asked the ancestors for clarity into the situation. You see this organ? It lets me know that something happened to an organ. It lets me know a heart stopped beating or anything like that. You see the control, this male taking control, right, over the situation. Something happening here. It's trickery. Here's a trickster doing some harmful things. I'm going to be very careful because I know the sacrifice came out. Sometimes these people will sacrifice you for things like organs, right? But we're going to just go a little deeper into some things, okay? The trickster lets me know, here's the corruption. So this trickster tells lies, manipulation, right, goes with this trickster. So they manipulating a situation in here, the harmful things is hidden, okay? This tower, this person's overstepped boundaries. It just let me know that this person took control over a situation, making it a good outcome. And this male did not make it a good outcome looking at this, okay? This person manipulated her, right, along her path. So possibly to come with me, let's go over here. This, what's going on in here, okay? I got a loved one that's connected in here. You understand? So the loved ones tell me family and or friends. So I know that you connected in some kind of way, right? Okay, let's just go a little deeper to ancestors to reveal the messages. Reveal the messages. Clarity into the messages. Clarity. Ooh, child. Ooh, the ancestors just speaking. Here's somebody in authority, right? Back here, even the authorities. Okay, so somebody in authority in this tower. Here's the quarrel. So here's the screams and things like this that's going on. Somebody overstepping boundaries. So somebody is in here, right? Somebody in authority. This could be a parent, police, right? Because they are an authority. So not only do I have to look at the authorities, but an authoritative figure. So this person in the house is like an authoritative figure in some kind of way. But I see some quarrels going on here, right? With this authoritative figure and somebody overstepping boundaries. Something happened in here, right? Ancestors said, here's the abandoned. So I got a loved one abandoning some kind of situation. She's abandoned by a loved one, right? They have this serpent energy. So they're giving her mixed messages about something that happened. Okay. So something that she spoke about or something that happened in here is like mixed messages that this serpent is giving her. Right. Even with them taking her off her path and things happening. Not only do I have this trickster in here, but I got somebody else giving her mixed messages regarding something. So it's like kind of somebody takes something to you and tell you something, but you don't react on it, right? You don't react on it in here. So this is what's going on in here. Here's the love. It's corruption behind the love. The love just tell me yes. Love for self, love for others, right? A loved one, a relationship. So it's a relationship in here that's corrupt. You see the sun in the dark. See, something is hidden in here with this loved one relationship. So it's a relationship in here with someone, right? That's doing deceptive in here. What they are doing is they're doing lies, trickery, manipulation, and they're hiding some things, right? About some harmful things that has happened. So I got somebody in here that's kind of may know her, kind of connected in here, right? Let's go in here. Let's look at the body. Clarity, ancestors into the body. Yeah, ancestors, I'm gonna take care of that. I have to. I noticed that. All right, I'm gonna take care of something. Ancestors just spoke about something. Just nudged me in the area for me to realize something. You see the tree of life? You see the body? The body just tells me a body, right? So if you are moving around, I know that you are moving with this body. Not only that, it tells me the body also, right? Because it doesn't have to be a deceased body. It could be a live body. But it tells me also about a separation. Whether this separation is done in malice or you're just walking away and leaving somebody, right? So that's what the body tells me. See, this body is with the tree of life. So she is with somebody here that's connected to her family bloodline. You understand? So they're connected here by the tree of life. So you connected in many ways. Marriage, birth rights, right? You connected in many ways to the tree of life. So somebody in here is a connection in here. All right, let's go a little further. Let's look at the accident. The accident just tells me, yes, it could have been an accident. But the accident also tell me that it's a situation, whether it's a situation that you created and you're trying to make it look like an accident or it's a genuine accident. But it just lets me know it's a situation going on in here. So let's look at the situation. We already know that the situation is this baby had been sacrificed. You understand? Why? Because something was set in here and they didn't want something to get out. Okay? Somebody was giving her mixed messages. So false hope in here regarding something. You understand? So let's look at this accident. Because I believe it's more than what is being said in this case. I don't know all what's being said. You plug it in. But from what I was told, I think it's way more. Let's look at this accident. Clarity into the accident, ancestors. You see the accident? The situation was because of a disagreement. Just like I said, it's quarrels going on in here. Somebody didn't want something to get out. So this is what took place, right? Mm-hmm. Now let's look at the sacrifice. Clarity into the sacrifice. Oh, child, I'll get that in a minute. Message flew out. Oh, child, this is just talking. The sacrifice, here's the earth element. It lets me know that you grounded into the earth energies. The earth energies just lets me know you could be in a park, right? In the forest, out there in the woods, right? That's all the earth elements. You could be out there in nature, right? The water or whatever, because that's all the earth elements. But I'm going to say, look at a park. Look at a park area, right? Sometimes people take you out of the state as well. Wherever area they are looking at, continue to look there because she could be there if that's a park-like area. And what I mean, like a park-like area, if it's surrounded by nature, like fields of a lot of land, right? Those are like park areas. But definitely that's what I'm picking up. Let's see what this is that the ancestors has thrown out. Violence, right? So some violence happened. She was sacrificed. Some violence happened. Another thing that I've picked up, family, is look to an aunt. I feel like an aunt may have more information. She may know some more than people think. So they need to look towards one of her aunts and look at one of her aunts. Take a deeper look at one of her aunts, boyfriends or husbands, and they may want to start there. I believe that this male could be, don't quote me, but I believe this male could be in his late 30s. Okay. That's where they need to start with the aunt, husband, or boyfriend. Okay. So we're going to still pray. We're praying for a positive outcome, family. We are praying that this baby is found safely and returned home to her family. You all can put the comments in the comment section. Love you all, family.
I thought that was impressive, y'all, for 10 months ago. I've seen a lot of readings, and I feel like, for 10 months ago, I think that was pretty accurate. I just wanted to show y'all that one because it's another one that's more up to date that she did. And the fact that she mentioned an aunt. Like, again, I told you, I don't even think she's not from here. You can hear the accent. She's from New York somewhere. And me, I know a divine channeler or reader when I hear one. I can feel it. And I feel like this lady know exactly what she's talking about. Not to discredit anybody else, but she just resonated with me. Now this is the other one I'm about to play for y'all. I don't think 10 months ago anybody knew that Naziah was pregnant. Did anybody know that 10 months ago? All we knew that it was a 13-year-old missing. He said, I read on her. I also had to put my cards in. Yeah, I think she was spot on. I don't think that they said that she was pregnant. So for her to say that or hint that in her reading, I mean, she pretty accurate. Right. And it came out with the card with the baby. Yep. I'm about to play part 2 for y'all. Okay, hold on.
I did another reading after that, but I may have done her with like an open case or something, or something like that. So her name is not plugged in. I'm sure I done her with another reading that I've done, right? So it's like 2 or 3 readings inside of there. I'm gonna have to look for it, but I believe it was like over the summertime that I have done that one. So today I'm just going to mark her as a revisit. So I want to revisit this case, family. Ancestors have been tugging on me heavily about this baby, right? And I know her case is ongoing right now, right? They investigating some things. They got the person who they say is the perpetrator, right? I just want to tap in. Let's see what the ancestors bring out. And I'm also going to speak about something that the ancestors allowed me to see last night while I was tapping into her case, right? All right, let's see what the ancestors bring through. Oh, right. So I got some promiscuous ways, right? And that's the first thing the ancestors go out the death. And I got to look at that. The promiscuous ways just tells me, you know, a promiscuous person, somebody's sex partner, right? A sexual partner, or many sexual partners, okay? But I know it's some sexual activities going on in there, right? So let's just go deeper. Let's see what that is the ancestors threw out, right? Death. So I got to look at this, right, family? Something happening here. The genocide don't just tell me about one death, but it tells me about many deaths. So multiple people could be killed, right? But also it lets me know that, you know, this person has done this before, right? Has killed before. I got to kill her. Sometimes these are serial killers. But I got to look at some promiscuous ways and why this death in here has happened, right? Many deaths. Death. Say ancestors for clarity into the situation regarding Isaiah Harris. I got my alarm on, family, so if you hear that beeping, that's because I got to get out of here. But I want to look into this case before I head out this door. Isaiah Harris. Ancestors. Isaiah Harris. All right, I got quarrels, I got screaming, and I got mom. I got this mom I gotta take a deeper look into, right? The mom just tell me it's somebody's mom, right? It's a mom. This gonna go both ways, right? Because ancestors said look deep into this mom. Here's the liar. So I got some quarrels going on here with mom, and I got a liar. You understand? So somebody is not being truthful regarding some things, okay? Ask the ancestors. To reveal the messages that Isaiah wants us to know. Reveal the messages that Isaiah wants us to know. Okay, here's the female. There's some aggressive things going on here. There's some quarrels going on in here, right? So the ancestor said, there's some aggressive things going on in here, right? With female. right? And then I have to look at a female, right? Here's the spiritual growth too, as far as some things going on with some quarrels. But here's the evil, right? Somebody need medical care. They need medicine, right? I got to look deeper at this mom, okay? Now here's the help at home. Here's the lies. So somebody said that they was going to give this baby help, right? Help here in this home, but it was lies, okay? So at home, they have been telling lies. And I know on the very first read that I've done on this baby, that ad came out. Somebody was saying that they were going to take care of something, right? But they did it, and they knew they wasn't, right? Ask the ancestors for clarity into the situation. All right, so I have the quarrels, right? The screen that tells me about quarrels, right? It could be family quarrels, right? Something that's bottled up inside, okay? These screens. See, somebody educating themselves on these quarrels. I got a female, right? I got some aggressive energy going on. They're educating themselves on some things and they're having quarrels in here. See, they're educating on some things. This mom in here, right? She's conscious of some things in here. She's conscious of the reunite in here, okay? But not only that, I got somebody, right? They're educating themselves on something. They want to reunite in here, right? But they're not being truthful in here, right? Of why they want to reunite. I have a mom that knows, right? She's aware of this. You understand? Here's the help at home, right? Here's the reunite. So they say they're coming together. They're saying that they're going to help with something, but they're not being truthful in here, okay? Here's the evil, right? Here's the medicine. Somebody may need medicine. Here's the medical care and treatment and prevention of something, right? Because they're conscious of something. So somebody in here, right? They doing an evil act regarding whatever medical care somebody may need, whatever medicine somebody may need, because they're conscious of some things, right? Yeah, it's mom, it's female back there too. It's nothing good, it's wicked. The ancestor says. Clarity into the messages. Crow is warning about this evil stuff and what they're educating themselves on, right? Here's the crow warning about this evil stuff. The crow is coming out, they warning, right? About some things, the living conditions, somebody's lifespan, right? They warn us about evil and wicked people. That's what the crow comes and do. So they warning us about something evil that somebody's educating themselves on doing, right? And warning us about the quarrels that they having in here. Here, I got a perpetrator in here, right? They're doing some fraudulent things. I got to look at the illness in here that's aggressive in here, right? So I also got to look at this baby being sick, right? In some kind of way, all right? Here's the gifts, the giving and receiving. So the moment of desire has come together to share with others. So here's the crow warning about the gifts, the giving and receiving, right? Regarding this medicine. So I have to look at what you was giving somebody for medical care, or what you said you was going to do for somebody for medical care, but you actually didn't do it. You did an evil act back there, right? You did something wicked back there. You did something sinister back there, the ancestors are saying, okay? But also, I got somebody who conscious of this. And I also got somebody that conscious that this baby was a mom as well. Do you understand? So not only do I have a female that's back there that knew something, but I got somebody that was conscious that this young girl was a mom, okay? Was going to be a mom. So here's the dad. I want you to look at this. All right, here's the dad. Not only do he need help, but he had help. He had assistance, right? Here's the single out at home, right? Here's the elect at home. Dad had assistance for somebody at home. All right, so somebody helped him do something, okay? Whether they help him conceal something or whatever, right? See, he reunited, but so he came together, right? Somebody, not only do I have to look at him, right? This father, it tells me it's somebody's dad, right? It's father figure. See, he singled this baby out, but not only that, he singled somebody out back at home too to help, right? So he got assistance, he got help back there, right? Whoever he got help from, they're not being truthful about it. So somebody assisted him in some things, right? Let's go a little further. here's the envy, right? They're educating themselves on something, but also this is a medical realm as well, all right? Somebody need medical treatment, right? This is a medical realm. See, they was envious of something, okay? You see the trafficking that's taking something or someone, all right, against will, right, by force, whether they willingly going or not, right? Here's the trafficking. So they taking somebody when they was alive, okay? So they took them, right? Taking something to someone, right? So I got to look at this girl when she was alive, reuniting here with somebody who's telling her lies. Here's this dad, okay? Not only the dad is aware of some things, right? The dad is not being truthful in here. I got to look at the mom being aware because the lie tells me, yes, you're alive. Someone is alive when they were alive, right? It tells me about active. It tells me that somebody is aware, okay? I got a lot of energy that tells me that somebody is aware of some things, right? Here's the crow warning about the giving and receiving and the trafficking in there. So that's taking somebody against will, okay? So you could be taking them to an unknown location, wherever. Here's the perpetrator, right? Here's the sickness in here. And I got to look at the mental condition of this person in this female, right? See, she got envy in here. She got hatred. She's aware of some things, this female back here, too. That's that legal drugs. Here's employment, right? The crow is warning about some things. Here's employment, right? Here's some evil things going on here. And I got to look at this employment, right? Because the crow is warning about the employment, some evil things. Here's the employment. Here's where sacrifice has taken place over here, right? Somebody has, so the sacrifice means that somebody has, and this is the giving and receiving here, and here's some medicine back here, right? So I know medical care, treatment, and prevention. Somebody could have even gave you something. The sacrifice is telling me somebody decided to give you up for something else or whatever that they're doing in there, right? Kill you over something else or because of something else. But they took her in here too. Here's this male. He's the perpetrator. But also, I got to look at this female back here, right? So here's the male. Here's the perpetrator. And here's the female, right? Here's some illegal drugs. So something was given. I got to look at her being sick. Is aggressive, right? Somebody gave her something in here. They did this because of envy. Not only that, they was educating themselves on some things and they was having a disagreement in here as well, right? They got quarrels going on in here, family quarrels, but this male and this female, all right, they're in cahoots with each other. So somebody knew that these was going to be given, right? But they probably being hush-hush about it. Here's the child. So here's the child's dad, right? Who is getting help. So I got to look at a child assisting his dad in something as well, okay? And they may do it unwillingly, unknowingly, right? A child can do something. You could get a child to help do something, and it could be anything from the littlest thing to something major without a child really even noticing, right? Especially if you're telling a child lies in here, right? Because the child doesn't understand as much and they're not able to put things together. So I got a child here with this dad. Not only that, look at the birth here. Okay, the birth tells me, yeah, new beginnings, but it is the creation of something new. It's the creation of life in here. So here's the birth, right? And I got to look at why she was singled out at home. Okay, so this child, because this baby Nazaya, she is a child as well, right? She's 13 years old. She's a baby. You understand, family? She's a baby. So she's a baby herself. So I got to look at this child, all right? The birth in here. And this birth coming to life. You understand? So if this birth coming to life, that's no good. Okay? So I got that going on. You understand? So I got why they reunited, why they decided to reunite, right? But tell lies in here in order to reunite, get this hookup going. All right, so I got a birth is why she was elected at the home. So I got a birth as why she was singled out. Okay, the organ came out on my first reading, and you know the organ tells me, yes, her heart stopped beating. It also tells me about something invasive that's going on. Something could be coming in, going inside, right? And something could be coming outside. Okay, and what I mean by that is you guys already know, put it together. Okay, because that's what the organ tells me. All right, let's look at this. Genesis. First, let's look at this promiscuous. This jumped out, right? So ancestors tells me death, right? And I got to be truthful in this. Death because of some promiscuous ways, right? Promiscuous ways can lead to death in some cases, family, right? All right, let's look at the promiscuous. I say ancestors, privacy to the promiscuous. So I got a caretaker that's promiscuous. So the caretaker just tells me that you give care to somebody in some kind of way. A caretaker, whether you are, you know, a caretaker by grandparent, aunt, uncle, whoever, right? But I got a caretaker in here that's supposed to give care to you in some kind of way that know about these promiscuous ways. So I got a caretaker who's promiscuous, who want power over the opposition. So they want power over her, okay? And we already know why, right? The birth. She was singled out because of the birth, right? Because of the child, right? The child in here, okay? The birth. Genocide, clarity to the genocide. It's a disagreement, right? Over the genocide. Why would you have, I want you all to listen. Why would somebody have a disagreement over killing people, right? He not having this disagreement with Nazaya, right? About killing her and her baby. Do you think so? Who could he be having this disagreement with, right? Over the genocide. Okay. Let's just go a little further. Clarity into the disagree. Here's a genocide. Here's a disagreement. Here's a between worlds. See, this is Aries energy that tells me about conflict and war, right? It's the child, right? The child, right? The inner self that's going on in here. See, somebody's having a disagreement over not just the location, right? But killing her and this unborn baby. Because see, I want you all to notice between worlds, somebody living a double life in here, right? They're indecisive about some things. So they're having a disagreement. Okay. Not only is this man, right, having a battle in there with himself, right? But he wants power over this young girl, all right, because of the birth, okay, and because he was doing sexual things in here to her. But I also have to look at some other things, right? Because I have a female and a male in here, right? I have a female who was with this perpetrator, and I have a female who assisted with some things, right? And I got to look at the illegal drugs in here as well that made this baby sick, right? I got to look at the quarrels and why it was quarrels in here between this male and this female going on in here. What was they arguing about? See, this was the argument was about, right? Because they knew some things. This is why they decided to take her, right? And this is why this mom, right? This female in here was conscious, right? Of her being taken. Because see, that female and that dad are liars. So that mom and that dad, they're telling lies in here, right? They knew about the unification, right? In here, they knew all about this, okay? They knew that they was going to do this before they did it as well to this baby, all right? That's why it was a disagreement, because I have somebody in here that's indecisive. They really don't want to do it, but at the same time, they feel like they got to do what they got to do. So they indecisive. They on the edge about some things. I'm going to say this. She on the borderline, right? Could be on the borderline from her state and the next state, okay? What I did see, what the ancestors allowed me to see, is I seen a rope, but it wasn't just any rope, right? And I know that she was tied and bound up too. I seen a rope, but the rope was like a fisher's line, okay? I was able to see it, silver fisher line. So I have to look at that, right? Not only that, I said something gruesome must have happened because the ancestors shielded me so hard from seeing what is going on in there, right? I seen it in a loop, so I know that this person was making loops already, okay? To tie this baby up, to dispose this baby, could be to weigh this baby down, right? That's for one. For two, family, what I did see, not only did I see that, but I saw him in the tunnel, right? Going far out in this tunnel, all right? So through this tunnel. Another thing that I seen was I did see a fire afterwards. I can't tell you what was burning in that fire, so I have to look at this, right? I got to look at some things here because I did see some fire, right? So I got to look at the fraudulent things you're doing in here too with that fire. And this female in this fire. You understand? I have to look at that because I seen a fire. I never seen what was in the fire, but I seen something burning. I seen the fire burning. So And that was after I seen the wire, right? My thing is, right, he could have been burning a person, he could have been burning evidence, he could have been burning something else, right? But that's what I seen. He was making sure that this baby would never be found, right? In some kind of way. So that's what I know, family, right? I feel like she's on the outskirts of wherever that tunnel goes, all right? So wherever and they live on, wherever that tunnel takes you to, whatever is that next state or that borderline to that next state after that tunnel, I got to look at her being on the borderlines of there or right there, right? In the major area, like just say wherever water and rocks and nature may be out there in the earth elements, right? A park or something. I got to look at that, right? So me over there, right? I don't really know the area, so I couldn't tell you, but that's what I was able to see. Love you all, family. Have a prosperous day.
So I feel like she definitely was confirming the location that I've heard consistently throughout some of the readings that I've heard, and even the channeling or the spirit box. Something is significant with the rocks, land, nature, they've all made that clear. Now that's one consistent fact that I've heard. Now her name on YouTube, so I do like to give y'all the names of people. What is her name? Undisputed Truth. Undisputed Truth is her name on YouTube. The one I just played, that reading was done recently. That was done like within the past few days. Yeah, y'all welcome. You welcome, Ceylon. Hey. Let me get the exact date. 4 days ago. That was 4 days ago. You say he conditioned that baby to beg and apologize for stuff. Right. Yeah, he definitely did. He was taking full advantage or exploiting the fact that she had abandonment issues. Yeah, I think she was spot on too. I was listening to it like, wow. Look, I felt like I was drunk when I got off live yesterday. I'm like, gosh, I'm so tired. It was crazy. But yes. Let me say what else. Let me take my notes. I wrote down that lady Candace Starr, but most of y'all say y'all listened to that already. He said he would ignore her, right? And she apologized, begged for him back, begging for attention. She was absolutely programmed and groomed to think that she had to beg for somebody's attention. She did have a phone. Her grandma said she had a phone. So she was basically yep, Stockholm syndrome. Yep, that's right. That's right. When the victim fall in love with their abuser, to sum that right on up. So she says she haven't heard the Candace Starr one. I don't think hers is that long either. We ain't trying to do nothing too long. It was another live that Jernell and Kewana had did, but that one kind of long. So we probably could wait till tomorrow to do that if y'all want to. Where they go into more details. I guess some stuff we've heard, but some stuff we haven't heard, because they actually was sitting down, and the host was asking them questions, like a lot of questions that we have. They was asking those same questions. So Let me go to this Candace Star real quick and play her spirit box messages. It was another lady on TikTok too. She read pretty good. I think so. It resonated with me. But let me find Candace. Okay, one of them. Okay, this one was 5 days ago. Then she got one that was 3 days ago. So 5 and 3 days ago. Sure, these police need to be looking at these readers. I done heard 3 different readers say she in the field, land, rocks, grass. Go find her. Now, disclaimer, I hope this don't spook some of y'all out. I know this is late at night. All right. We just pray the divine protection upon all of us. You are safe, okay? I don't want to spook none of y'all out, but she's going to be talking to a spirit box, so she's going to be picking up the spirit of Naziah, and it's going to sound a little creepy. I'm going to just say that. Okay.
Oh, hello. So I have had somebody brought the case of Naziah Harris to my attention. I did a channeling session at about 2-something in the morning because I could not get her off of my mind. I did not post that channeling session. I feel like there's so much more to it. I was not really focused as I should have been, but I will do it again, I guess. I want to show you at the end the actual paper that I drew. You know what? I'll show you now. One moment. Okay, so this is what I ended up scribbling as I was channeling, which to me looks like tree, a big tree stump. Yeah, I kept asking water, lands, or trees, and I kept getting, what was it? Let me see. Land and trees, land and trees, land and trees. Tell me what you see in this picture. That might be a hole. I don't know if there's a hole in the tree. I'm not 100% sure, but I will try to do this again. I just didn't feel confident because I was super tired and I felt like I rushed it. So I'm going to do a spirit box to see what we get, and then we'll go from there. I cannot get this poor baby. Listen. Okay, here we go. Just jump into it.
Have you noticed YouTube has way more ads than it used to? Here's how you can block them for free.
This is Pi, and it blocks ads everywhere you go.
Dang.
I have my computer turned all the way down. Yep, that's what it is. Smart man. Follow me. Okay. Is that what he said to you? He was a king. He struck you? Am I speaking with Naziah? In Rebel? Finay Kanika? Can we speak with Naziah Harris? I feel like we already are. The children? Now your angels? Naziah, my name is Candace. I know, baby. Can I ask you a few questions? All right. So my first question is, I know what he did to you. All right. But how many other people, it's not your fault, how many other people did he do this to? Was he messing around with any of your family members? Yes. Well, was he hurting other children besides you? Friends of hers. Wow. Nazaya, where is your body now? Are you in water? One more time. Are you in water? Are you on land? Yes. Are you near trees? It's stinky. I picked that up in my channeling session. Like mucky water. Did he take you somewhere else after hurting you? I got that he hurt you in the woods, but then he moved you further away. Who moved you? After he hurt you, stinky, yeah. Did a woman drop you somewhere? Or did a man drop you somewhere? A woman, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Where they put your clothes? Were you actually there? Or did they just drop your clothes there? Drop the clothes, okay. So it's like a diversion. Did anybody in your family know that you were being abused? Shannon? Did she say Shannon? Or blood on my shoe? Shannon? I don't know. What was your cause of death? Was it... Were you strangled? Were you shot? Like a sleeper hold? Like a headlock? Are there trees near you? Are there any buildings near you? It's flat. Are there any buildings near your body? No. Is there a landmark? I know. You died? Where? Silencer, yeah, I know, baby. I'm so sorry this happened to you. Well, I know. Those two women I saw that did not cry, did they know you were being hurt? I think did your grandma know you were being hurt? What about that other lady? I don't know who she is to you. I think her name was Shannon and somebody else. Okay. I think you did amazing today. And I just really want to know where your body is so we can give you a proper memorial. Did the other guy, just another question, the other guy in the what's it called? At his shop, did he hurt you too? Did they both hurt you? Whoa. Okay. It's a yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Vinny, Kanika, Nazaya, thank you guys so much. I'll be back, okay? I love you guys. Okay.
Y'all heard that it's her at the end. That Shannon just keep on coming up. I know it sounded a little spooky. I think it's because it sounds staticky and things like that, but
Hey, babe. Hello.
I think this is the second one.
Somebody brought the case of Nazaya Harris to my attention. At about 2 something in the morning because I could not get her off of my mind.
Here we go. I had the wrong one.
Do you think that the writers get credit that they deserve?
Absolutely not. It is built.
This is my first time seeing this one, so.
And you can follow me on TikTok or YouTube at Candace Star. I'm going to be reaching out to Nazaya Harris. This will be our second spirit box session with her, our first one. We got some answers, but now I want to ask more questions. I want to know, by reading your guys' comments, I want to know if she's in a river. I want to know if she's in the landfill. I know she said land something in the last one, and I wasn't sure if she said landfill or not, but I thought I heard it, but I wasn't quite sure because I spoke at the same exact time. So I want to ask her about a landfill. I want to ask her if her baby is with her body or was with her body. Because if she's in a river, you know, oh, it's so gruesome. This case has really gotten to me. I have a really hard time with the children. I'm sure most of us women know what it feels like to go through what she's went through. And I'm trying not to get emotional, but it's a little hard not to, you know. I'm just going to jump right into this, okay? Here we go. I will be speaking to you guys after the video. So if you make it that far, just be prepared for a little speech, okay? I'm sorry, I am getting emotional already. It's just so heinous. It's so heinous. Vinay, Kanika. Can we speak with Nazaya Harris? Nazaya? It's Candace. Can I ask you a few questions? Wow, I literally have tears. Wow. Okay, Nazaya, baby. You mentioned land before, but there was something with it. Is your body at a landfill? Is your body at a landfill? I thought I just heard a whisper. Yes, but I'm not sure. Is your body in a river? You mentioned tore up. Were you talking about your actual body?
But how did you?
Candace Starr? What?
Temporary.
Oh, baby. Sorry, honey.
Innocent.
I know you're innocent. Nobody deserves to grow up that fast.
Hunted.
You were hunted. They were predators, all of them. Every single one of them. They were all predators, and you had no control over that. It's not your fault. Wow. Yes? Whoa. Oh my God. I just want to know where your body is so we can lay you to rest. Hmm? Where's your body? Vinny, where's her body? Is it land? Is it water? What about a sewer? Are you by trees? Are you by I don't know. Are you with your father? Are you with your dad? Did it just say he's here? You two care. I know you got a big heart. I believe that you were and are a earth angel, and that you are all love. I know. I also believe that you made a choice before coming to earth, that a lot of people are going to be found because of you. And I thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. You didn't deserve it. You didn't deserve it at all. Poor baby. I just want to help you find you. If you don't mind, can you tell us, after the hotel, it was horrible. What happened after the hotel? The man. Jarvis. Where'd he take you? Where they found your clothes? Were you actually there, or is that a diversion? Were you there? Did he park his car and like walk far away or something? Did you hear that little whisper? Holy crap. All right, listen. I'm going to ask everybody that's looking for you to give me more questions, and I'm going to ask you their questions next time. Is that okay? Is that okay with you?
It is.
It is? Well, thank you. Thank you, baby. Did any of your family members know you were being... Again, did any of your family members know you were being hurt? It sounded like she said, oh. And I just want you to know that you are so beautiful, no matter what they told you. Evil people are jealous, and There was nothing ugly about you, okay? A sweet soul, that's right. She is. All right, Vinny, Kanika.
Children.
There was more children, wasn't there? Yes. Whoa. Okay. This is a very long session. It's going to take me many hours to review it, so I'm going to get going, and I will be back for you, okay? Thank you. Nazaya, thank you, baby. Thank you. Oh, Vinny, Kanika, thank you. Whoa. I don't know more, like 95% of what was just said, but what I did hear in real time blew me away. Review this and put the words up. It's going to take me many hours. I do want to say, for all the people saying they rebuke this and this is witchcraft and these are demons and this is fake, and no, it's not. No, it's not. First of all, what are you rebuking? Me trying to help a soul? That's what you're rebuking? You're trying to rebuke the help of a baby that needs help. Wow. You should give yourself such a big pat on your back. This is witchcraft. Oh my God. Here we go. Are you ready for this? No, you're not. But I'll tell you anyways. Okay. First of all, there's nothing witchy poo about this. Okay. I don't have any incense lit. I'm not, burning sage and blah, blah, blah. Right. But you know what you guys do?
Somebody said they want to watch it again. Y'all want to watch it again? It was like 11 minutes. Y'all want to watch it again? Let me know in the chat. Give me some yeses. Give me some no's. Shay said no thank you. We got, oh man. Okay, some of y'all just turn y'all phone down because we got more yeses than no's. All right, wait a minute. We got some no's, more no's coming in. Or look, just go to her page and watch it, so we won't be creeping out our the family in here. That was the second one, y'all. That was the second one. The first one was only like 5 minutes. That was the second one. I know it was, I don't think, I haven't ran across anybody else that was doing the spirit box. Her YouTube is Candace Star. Somebody put that in the comments for me, please. Oh, you said it's a third one. Okay, let me check. Hold on. Okay. My computer a little slow, so give me a second. Yeah, I definitely feel like it was some type of struggle. I feel like she went with him thinking that it was going to go one way, and then he turned against her and then attacked her. That's what I feel like happened. And to the real spiritualist that's tapped in, that's why a lot of us is bothered by this case, because her spirit, she ain't letting the ones that's tapped in get no rest about it. She's shaking shit up about Nazaya and the spirituals. She ain't playing. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, I see it. And the fact that Shanna keep coming up, that ain't no coincidence. We already feel like she involved, but look, I'm about to play the third one right now. But yes, that's her YouTube, Candace Star. Yep, Justice.
Nazaya Harris. And what this can do is, if spirit is here or around me, They can touch the antennas. There's one on the back of the teddy bear, and there's one right here. And let me get up. Basically, if you go near it, okay, it starts to beep. The colors don't matter. That just means how close it is. So let's see. Okay, so this is where the green one's going off. A little closer is yellow, blue, purple, and then it's screaming at me. Same with the teddy bear. Can't quite reach that because the tripod is in the way. Okay, so I'm a little nervous. My heart is pounding. All right, so I do always call upon my spirit guides, and that is to make sure no negative energy comes through. If I don't reach out to bad people, murderers, child herders, drug addicts, I don't mess with. And sorry, I hate the tripod. I don't mess with none of that. I only help victims. You can only speak to me and book a session with me if you email me at kandis285@gmail.com. At the moment, my messages are very backed up and behind, so please forgive me for that. But yeah, I know, baby. You see? Which one is that? I don't know if that's that one or that one. That sounds different. Hello? Wow. Okay. Whew. Vinny, let's jump into this, right? Vinny, Kanika, can we speak with Naziah Harris? I saw the red light on her hand, on the teddy bear. So if that was the teddy bear noise, what was the other noise? What was that? Whoa. Okay. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Naziah, I have a few hard questions that I would like to ask. I'm gonna try to say them as gently and as nice as possible. But I really want to know, number one, did Shannon know, your aunt Shannon, did she know that Jarvis was hurting you? What? Oh my God. She knew? Look at the teddy bear. Oh my God. What in the world? Okay, my heart is officially in my big toe. Ooh. Wow. I have a really hard question that you may not have known in the physical world, but possibly, just possibly, maybe you know now in the spiritual world. And this is just a question. This is not an accusation. This is just a question. I already know this is not the question. I already know that you are not Jarvis's only SA victim, okay? But I want to know, has he ever unalived any other children? No, don't say that. Are you freaking kidding me? All right. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Has your aunt, any of them? Oh, I don't know how to ask this nicely. Oh, I don't know how to ask this nicely. Has your aunt ever essayed anybody, a child? Look, I saw it on the top of its head. I swear, I just thought I saw. I thought I just saw an orb. Okay. Wow. Did you know if you were having a boy or a girl while you were here on Earth? Did you know the gender of your baby? See, I will take that as a no. You know, my leaves are moving. There's no air on at the moment. Look, I don't know if you can see it up here. They're totally moving. Like you can hear when my heat comes on. That's not. What the heck? Okay. Okay. You're doing amazing. I'm so proud of you, baby. Did you tell anybody? Did you tell anybody that Jarvis was hurting you? She did. Wow. Wow, wow. Did you tell a friend? Oh my God. A friend? Whoa. Holy crap.
Gosh, that's so loud.
Those leaves are freaking moving. I wonder if I can pull this back so you can see it. Hold on. I'm trying. Hold on. Can you see it? I can't tell. It's right. Not I can't tell. Jeez. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. I dropped the phone, but I was just trying to show you guys that these two leaves are moving. There's zero air blowing in my home at the moment. You can definitely hear when the air turns on. Okay, let me continue. I want you to be able to see, but okay, you can see a little bit of the leaf. Okay, let's leave it there. Let me move back a bit. Okay, so she said she told a friend. Yeah. Can I ask you some more questions though? Did you tell? You know, I don't know if it's the lights flashing. Where's the remote for the light? Hold on. But I keep seeing things that catch my eye in the camera. Okay. I don't know if that was like the light flash or... See? I'm pretty sure these are orbs. Look at the leaf moving. Look at that. Hello? Wow. Nazaya, baby doll, I want to know. That is really moving. Like the camera's not doing it justice. This is moving. My heat just turned on, but it's on the opposite side of the wall. It's that way. It's behind my cabinet. All right. Wow. Here we go. See, that was the heat kicking in, but that has nothing to do with why it's moving. I'm so confused. Wow. Can't stop looking at it. I'm sorry. Nazaya, you're doing...
Let me just press pause and say something, because I've seen a couple of people basically saying they don't believe this and that they was feeling my content up until this point. Which I got to understand is, if you go down in my content, you will see that I first made posts me channeling me. I consider myself a messenger of darkness. I am not afraid of this type of stuff. If you don't believe that the spiritual realm is real and the spirits communicate with you, then you are still very clueless when it comes to spirituality. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. When you die, you become in your normal form, which will be a spirit. Okay, so we kind of got to get out of that mind frame of everything is wicked and everything is evil, because that's not true. And y'all probably the same ones who your ancestors been trying to communicate with you for years, and you ignoring it because you writing them off as, wicked. So yeah, do your due diligence when you come to my page, and don't assume that I'm like them, because I'm not. I say I'm a messenger of darkness for a reason, because I deal with the spirits. I deal with the dark and light. And when I say dark, I simply mean just I reveal what seeks to be hidden. Okay. And I've done a lot of shadow work. I've been through a lot of dark nights of the soul. So that's all the same to me. Okay. So let's keep it respectful in the comments, man.
Amazing. I'm so proud of you, baby. Can I ask you if you told anybody in your family that you were being hurt? Is that a yes, baby? Wow. Straighten my room pot. I'm at my tripod. Thank you. Was there more than one person that disposed of your body? I don't know which one is that going up. It's the bear. It's the bear. Wow. Can we trust anybody in your family? If yes, please light it up, okay? That's crazy. All right. All right. I'll do another spirit box with you to try to find out through your own words where your body is, okay? I just want to help you. And I thank you so much for coming through today. I think you did amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh.
Yeah, I see the orbs flying all in that space where she at. Can y'all see that? Did y'all see him flying on the reflections on the wall? No, she didn't at all. But yeah, that was good. Thank y'all. Yep, I saw him. See, that's what happened. People coming here thinking I give a damn about you. Oh, I ain't know you was into all of that. Look, that's because you ain't been here that long. You don't know who you talking to. You done made up in your mind that I'm something that I'm not. That's why. That's why you get disappointed in people when you create a perception of somebody and they don't live up to that perception. Now you got an attitude. Now you're trying to write them off. Look, y'all better go look at my content and figure out who you dealing with, who you talking to. Okay, respectfully. All right. This wasn't just about Naziah. Like, it is about Naziah. Let me rephrase that, because a lot of y'all found me based off the content that I posted regarding Naziah. I personally have a passion for Naziah. So that was the point of me even, going into this case, because just like the other channelers, I couldn't get no rest. I could not get any rest until I started to speak about it. She wants people to speak about her, but a lot of my new followers, y'all have found me based off of the Nazia's content without going to look at more content and getting a bigger perspective on who I am. You know, a lot of my messages are channeled messages. That's why a lot of people resonate with it, because I speak directly to your soul by way of truth. Only people who don't deal with truth is not going to like me, or they're not going to find my content appealing because they can't handle the truth. It's heat, it's pressure. All right. Let me see something real quick. Hold on. That emoji is so funny. Okay. Supreme Medium Diviner. I know y'all probably heard of her. I think her name is like Taylor, something like that. Something with a T. I love y'all too. I love y'all too. And I was a little worried about that. Like, dang, I got all these new people coming into my channel. I know they're going to try to judge me and, but it is what it is. I believe what I am. I have to still be my authentic self, regardless of who may view it as wicked or evil. And like somebody said, that slave mentality, your oppressor told you that spirituality was wicked. Your oppressor told you that. So you really need to go back and question your beliefs and what the oppressors have told you, okay, and check that out, because a lot of people still believe what the oppressors and told us about our spirituality, and then they turn around and use that same spirituality that they demonize right against you and put you under a spell using your divination. Ain't that something? You better learn how to work it in the spirit. You better learn your roots. I had to realize that too, y'all. I'm like, damn, all these spiritual attacks, I'm getting my ass kicked in the spirits. Spiritual realm, these spirits was kicking my ass. I had to figure that out. I had to keep seeking. I had to go into esoteric knowledge. I had to figure out what is occult knowledge. My name literally, you so right, Elena. I thought about that earlier. Like, my name literally is spiritual detective, so I shouldn't feel away because people that's coming don't really know, these things. So either you can stick around and learn something, or you can go where you feel safe. Although I would like for y'all to feel safe here, but if you don't because of fear, then I can't help you with that. Yeah. Okay, so it was, no, I'm looking for the playlist, not the history. And I gotta use the bathroom, y'all. So I'm gonna press play on this video, then I'm gonna go use the bathroom. He said, yes. He said, yesterday, new to your channel, yes. He said, yes, I have judged you. I love you. And look, y'all supposed to. I'm not for everybody, and that's okay. But you obviously judge me in a good way. I appreciate you. I ain't a people pleaser. I used to be trying to accommodate other people and people please other people. Nah, I'm just not for everybody. I've accepted that truth. Okay, we accepting us for who we are. Now, where is this interview at? Yep, know thyself. Right. It simply means hidden knowledge. Now ask yourself, why would they want to hide anything from you? That's exactly what you should be diving in. I want to dive into what y'all hiding from me. That tells me that's exactly where I should be looking at. Dang. Where's the video at? I'm mad. Yeah, I got to, because people will try to gaslight you, Latoya, make you feel bad. Like, wait a minute. This is my channel, ain't it? Right, move along. Yeah, Tracy, that's it. Go. Yeah. So now I gotta figure out where this video is. I thought I saved it to my playlist, and I got to use the bathroom. So, oh no, that ain't it. That's 8:30. Oh, this is it right here. It just look different. Okay. Right, say. And then, you know what, y'all? I have wrote that. I think I wrote it down. I got it on one of my cards because I had pulled some cards earlier. And, you know, I pulled some cards for Naziah originally. But projection came out a lot. People like to project their demons onto you, their fears onto you. And a lot of times when kids are in that type of toxic environment where adults are projecting their demons onto them, it puts that child in a space of created defense mechanisms to like protect themselves from all the demons that's being projected onto them. And a lot of times people can do that in comments. A lot of times people can do that through the internet, saying certain things because they're projecting their fears onto you. So I had to remind myself, they're trying to distort your perception. So stand 10 toes on what you believe. Y'all get what I'm saying? That energy manipulation. You say, yep, I've been watching them for a while too. Way to woke Teresa up, y'all. You say, what's the word I keep putting in the light, but they won't post? Wait, what you mean? What's going on? Y'all can't sleep. Y'all couldn't sleep yesterday either. Y'all was up. All right, I'm about to start playing this video real quick, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. I mean, not. I'm saying I'm gonna go to sleep. Look, my body likes sleep, but I'm really not that sleepy. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. She said they found. Yeah, I don't want to see. I don't want to say that they did find her body because they haven't confirmed it yet. But that's what y'all hearing. Right. Let me put that up there. Look, we gonna watch all the content we supposed to watch for tomorrow too. Like, what we gonna tap into tomorrow? We can. Y'all want to get into some occult knowledge? Y'all want to, y'all want to, cause I'm gonna see what other updates I have of Naziah. Obviously throughout the day and things like that. But what other things are y'all interested in besides Naziah's case that we are so diligently trying to get answers to? Y'all let me know in the comments.
So we are grateful for that. But one of the questions.
Now I'm gonna put this on a little faster. We're gonna add this, put it on like 1.5 or something because they talk kind of slow.
Amazing means the tooth fairy made it.
Or we could probably watch half of this and then do the other half tomorrow, and then we come with some more stuff. Y'all did not answer my question in the comments. What other topics are y'all interested in? Because eventually we're going to run out of Naziah updates. Oh, you did? Hold on. I didn't see it. Oh, your spiritual shields. Right. You said she was a grown woman. I feel like she would have been a whistleblower. I feel like Naziah would have been a whistleblower. They didn't want this information to get out. That's why I feel like her spirit is trying so diligently to get the message out. It's not a coincidence that, she was responding in Candace star readings like that or channeling. I absolutely feel like it was a sex ring going on, some type of pedo ring. She definitely was smarter than everybody in that house. Definitely was. And they wanted to shut her up. All right.
That name is kind of like a little different name for me, Nigeria. She was a young 13-year-old coming home from school on the school bus as any other.
And y'all, this lady keep getting Naziah's name wrong too. I can't stand it. Like, that's the least you can do. So show some respect. Get the name right. If you mess up on the name, correct it. That's annoying.
And for what all we know for right now, that she never made it home. Nigeria was really just basically in the limelight that she was about to just go. Am I correct? Was she going home or was she going to visit? Can you kind of tell us something about her getting off the bus and what came next?
For what we understand, she was supposed to get off the bus and go home. We've been isolated from the family because of our feelings towards situations going on in the household. But basically, what we got information from family members who have spoken to us, she was supposed to come home and she didn't.
Okay. She was supposed to come home and she didn't, and she's 13 years old. So how do you have any idea, Kewana, how long it was before anyone realized that she was not home, she did not come home or get off the bus to come home, to go home?
You know, honestly, I think it was too long before anyone in the house realized that she didn't get off the bus and come home, because I would have realized right away that my child wasn't walking in the door at the normal time that they usually walk through the door.
Okay, what was that time frame? Could you share with the audience the time frame before they really realized that she wasn't home?
Well, from what I read in like news reports and things like that, and the police that I talked to, she should have been arriving home a little bit after 3 o'clock. I even went over there and sat on the corner of Cornwall and Auto Drive and watched the buses come. I wasn't exactly sure which bus she was on, but all the buses came within 2 to 3 minutes of each other and were gone by 3:10. So she should have been home between 3 and 3:15, because the house is right around the corner from the bus stop, not even a 5-minute walk.
Literally.
So again, has anyone figured out the amount of time what was the time frame that she actually became missing?
We know they said that she went missing after getting off of the bus. That's all we know. We just learned recently that they didn't realize she was missing until around 6 o'clock.
And that's when was the police called? Did the mother, the guardian notify the police?
No, all the information we received is that they claimed that they went to look for her, but no neighbors on that block. We went and asked when we passed out flyers. The neighbors on that block said they didn't even know a little girl was missing, especially not the little girl from that house, because they were familiar with that house.
Right. They were familiar with the house.
Yeah.
Were there any other children, young children, older children in the house that you know of?
Multiple children frequent that household and live in that household. At least, let me see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at least 11 children.
Wow.
Have lived in that house recently.
I do think something happened with the black market. I just want to say that real quick. Okay.
And currently there are 7 that live there and 2 others that may possibly still frequent that household.
One of the things, Lori, if I can interject for a second, one of the questions that is commonly asked in terms of the family, I want to, get through this and go on to some other things, but not only were there a lot of small children in the house, it has become public knowledge in terms of, number one, everybody knows Jarvis Butts, who is been identified as the suspect in this crime, and of course, as of today, has been bound over to trial to face all of those charges and even increased charges. The prosecutor added, or it upgraded, I think is the better term, a charge today. So we are grateful for that. But one of the questions that I get a lot in the comments is asking about the grandmother's history in terms of her having her own children and how she was able to get foster children. And then was Jarvis Butts living in the home or not? Things like that. If you guys could clarify for us any, whatever information you can share, because of course this is still an ongoing investigation. So we don't want to say anything that's going to interfere with that process, but anything that you guys can share in terms of the dynamics of the home, as far as the access maybe that Jarvis had to the children. You said how many children were in the house, but again, like I said, with the public already being aware that there was issues with the grandmother, would you either one of you know how she was able to bring in foster children in the home?
You want to answer that, Kewana? You want me to answer it?
It don't matter. You can answer.
Lies. She lied. And I'm assuming that foster care didn't do a very good check on her when she was able to even get custody of Naziah and her brother, as well as not as when she was able to get the other foster children she has cared for, as well as the 2 children that she fostered and has adopted.
And also, I would like to add, we found that she had only made them aware that she had 2 children, and she has more than 2 children. So I don't know if cases were missed from that. I'm not sure, but
she has 7 children, and from what I understand, I have people I know who work in foster care and things like that. They ask you about your children. They want to interview your children, see how your children are, how they turned out, where they life with, what type of upbringing they had. Well, unfortunately, out of her 7 children, the first one ran away at a very young age. The second one, he stayed home till 18 and went to school. Then Zaya's mother, she has had some difficulties in life and ran away at 13. Then the next child ran away at 16. Then the next child left at 17 or 18. And they just all have been going through some triumphs in their life that we feel they would have never had to go through if they had had better parenting. This is one reason why my father, my father and my grandmother tried to help Annette when she was young. And she wasn't receptive to the help that she received. My grandmother and father got her 11 years old. She was pregnant. My grandmother helped her get a HUD home, pay for attorneys to help her get her baby because he ended up becoming a ward of the state because she was so young. And Annette just continued to be promiscuous and things like that. But she was a victim of a lot of trauma herself. So her children, they have some issues too. Everybody got their problems, but it's to the extreme.
If I may ask, Deborah, I'd like to ask this question. How did the alleged accuser, how did he even come into contact? I'm trying to figure out, how did she get in contact with him? She lived in one residence and he lived in another. What was the connection of the contact?
As far as Nazaya?
Yes.
Her aunt, my niece, her aunt Shannon, that was her boyfriend, the father of her children. Wherever Shannon was, he was.
Okay. So I guess a lot of the people, I'm getting some people are dinging me on the other end, but they're trying to understand. They thought that the child lived with the aunt.
No, Nazaya was living with her grandmother, Annette. But Shannon was always over Annette's house prior to moving back in with her. I think she moved back in maybe August or something of 2023. She was living in a townhome that I let her live in. She was living in a townhome. It was a Section 8 townhome. I incomed out of it when I graduated from nursing school. I signed it over to her thinking it would be a stepping stone to help her and her children. And we would keep it in the family, and maybe the next person who needed a stepping stone to go finish school or whatever could use it. Well, Shannon got evicted from that townhome because of her and her shenanigans with Jarvis. So she ended up having to move back in with Annette sometime in August or September of 2023. That's how she got back in the home with Annette. But prior to that, Nazaya was with Shannon all the time at her home. And Jarvis was where Shannon was when he was with Shannon and not the others that he was with.
Does anybody know how he was able to stay in the house with minors, being that he had been a sex offender, even imprisoned?
We were told that he was no longer on parole and that he could be around children. But I thought the law was that you can't even live in the vicinity of school. So how is it that you can live in a house with children that are not yours, which it really didn't matter if they was his or not? He violated them. So, but that's what we were told. Most recently, when all this stuff happened, they said that's why.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Kewana.
We were told that most recently, and also I was told that upon me calling Protective Services while Shannon was living in Clinton Township, my question to them was just that: why and how is he allowed to be around the children? Because we kept constantly being told that they're not finding any signs of abuse, and so that was one of my questions. Well, there's a pedophile in and out the home, basically living there, on a regular basis. Isn't that enough? And that's what they told me, that it wasn't.
I want to get off into that too, in terms of the CPS cases. I want to cover that. But now I think I remember correctly, and you all correct me if I'm wrong, that there was something, or at some point, Jarvis was not on the registry, sex offender registry. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, when I initially found out that Jarvis was a sex offender, it was almost 12 years ago.
Wow.
And I asked Shannon about it. She didn't tell me. I stumbled over it because of a situation where he had got arrested and had her daughter in his custody at that time. He had the child, and we had to go get the baby because he got arrested. So I was looking him up to see what he got arrested for. Then it popped up his oldest information saying that he was a sex offender and had sexually assaulted a child under the age of 13. And I looked at Shannon and I was like, Shannon, he's a sex offender. Yeah, he said the girl lied. I'm like, it says the girl was 13, and then I did the math on his age. I said he was 24. So it ain't no lie there. Yeah, but he did his time. And I'm like, nah, nope. I was like, you need to leave him alone. Over the course of the years, I would tell her, you need to leave him alone. He was not good to her. He did not treat her well. He did not teach the children well at all. He fathered them. He created them, but he was not a father figure that I would try to hang on to for the kids. But anyways, I looked on the sex offender registry and saw that he was not on there. So I called, and that's when they went after him. And eventually, maybe about 6 months later, he had a report. They registered him, and he ended up on the sex offender registry. But
so he was supposed to be on the registry the whole time.
The whole time, and this was like 12 years ago. But get this, his last report is 2019. He hasn't reported to the sex offender registry since 2019. So he probably wasn't reporting it very often in between those times either.
Yeah. So you said he fathered some children. So you're saying that in the time frame that he was with your stepsister?
No, he was with my niece Shannon.
Your niece Shannon, that he actually fathered some children in the home or outside the home?
He has 5 children with Shannon. It was almost 6.
Oh, okay. And okay.
Yeah. There's a question though that popped up as well in the comment section about him having 13 children.
He has more than 13.
I've listened to other podcasts covering the story, and I heard the number 20.
He has more than 20 children.
He has more than 20 children.
He has adult children that are almost the age of Shannon.
Oh, wow. What is she in her early 30s, right?
Shannon's 31, I believe.
Yeah.
And I think his oldest daughter is around the age of 26, 27. He's my age. He's 42.
Yeah. Because even the judge said it in her ruling that he had 13 children. And I think it came from that interrogation he did with the detectives. And I guess maybe he only claims 13 of them.
That's his lucky number. He says that all the time.
Oh, yeah. I thought I remembered hearing the number 20. But as far as that is concerned, he has other children with underage girls.
From what I understand,
he already has, right?
Yeah, from what I understand, his older children were all with girls in their teens, and he was in his 20s.
Yeah.
And then along the time when Shannon was dating him, they was going back and forth with each other. There was a young lady who was like 18 who said that her child was his. I don't know whatever came along with that, but yeah, it's possibly she's one of the young ladies that's listed on the front of the court registry.
So do you think, Deborah, please don't let me get ahead of myself, but I have to ask this question. Did Nizaya, did she ever show or talk or say anything to anybody? I mean, any hints,
Yes,
the world wants to know. I mean, this
Yes,
is
she
a
did.
young 13-year-old child, and from my understanding, this took place a year ago. Today.
She told.
Right?
No,
she
she
did
told.
tell.
It all started, my issue, me and Shannon were thick as thieves. I love the children. I would go around, went to Disney World, we traveled together. Then she called me and told me that it was a birthday party in February of 2022 for her second daughter's birthday. And most of the children, pretty much all the children were at the house, the grandchildren. There was one little girl who was Annette's other sister's daughter was there. Now, this child had never been around Jarvis alone before. I think she might have been at the birthday party or something, adult birthday party, but it was at a hall. But she was at Shannon's home, and this young lady was so afraid. Shannon's telling me this. She ran upstairs, frantic and afraid and scared, and wanted to go home and wanted to call her mother because Jarvis touched her inappropriately while she was in the basement playing with the puppy. While this little girl, now Jarvis was on a game. He wasn't thinking about going up there with Shannon or nothing. Shannon says all of a sudden, while she's up there and she's trying to calm this little girl down and talk to her, Jarvis comes and knocks on the door and says, "What's wrong with her?" And I said, "Shannon, why are you calling me?" Is he dead or is he in jail? No, he left. What you mean he left? Call the police. Let them know where he's going, what car he's in.
Right.
Well, I'm about to take her home, then I'm gonna call my mama. What? So I called her back like maybe 30 minutes later. Like, did you call the police? No, my mama said bring the kids home tomorrow morning. She gonna talk to him. I'm like, no, y'all don't need to talk to him. You need to contact the police. She did not contact the police. I found out later the police were never contacted. The next day when I called Shannon, I talked to her. She said my mama talked to them and said the kids ended up telling us they lied. They was mad because he wouldn't give them no money. So I called Annette and I said, Annette, are you guys going to call the police? She said, yes, we're handling. I'm going to call the police. So I left it alone. Like, she's going to call the police. Shannon assured me that the police had been called. They were involved. There was an investigation going on, all of this. This was in February 22. Well, in April of 22, I called Shannon in a lie. The police were never called. The children were not receiving counseling. Nothing had happened. So I went to the Clinton Township Police and I told them that I wanted to make a report. They told me I couldn't make a report because I didn't have enough information about the child who actually accused him of the sexual abuse. I said, but the other children also accused him of sexual abuse. They said, well, they didn't happen that night. And I'm like, she said, it would probably be best for you to call CPS. So I called CPS and I told Shannon I called CPS. I said, if y'all didn't call, I told you to call the police. I told you to get the kids help. You didn't do it. So I'm calling CPS on not only you, but I'm calling them on your mama too. Because it happens, whatever's happening at your house is most likely happening at your mother's house. They never called. And then that's when Kewana got involved. I didn't, like my husband knew what was going on. And a few other people who knew Shannon because she had told them stories. But this is how Kewana got involved. So I'll let Kewana tell what happened on her end.
So then I end up going over there to drop off Neziah some clothing. And once I got there, Shannon pulled me to the side and said, I got to tell you something. And I go, okay, you know, what's going on with cuz? And she said, you know, that Jernell and called protective services on me and lied and said that Jarvis was doing something to the kids. I said, what do you mean she called protective services to say Jarvis was doing something to the kids? How would that come about? So that's when she went to tell me, it was a party. And she explained that what happened at the party and that they ended up questioning the children, and her daughter, along with Neziah, along with my other little cousin, which I've never met, had expressed to her that Jarvis offered them monies to do things inappropriately. She said, however, she found later on that her daughter was lying. And I said, you know, Shannon, kids don't lie about stuff like that. But a child not gonna come and tell that something like that happened and just be lying. You know, you need to further investigate. No, that Jernell just trying to start some stuff. You know, I said, no, I don't feel like she's trying to start no stuff. I feel like she care and concerned about what's going on in the household as far as the children. This is outside of you and her relationship. This is about looking out for the children. And so we began to go back and forth. And I became, you know, what she like to call it, being as though now I'm taking up for the kids. So I contacted Jernell and said, you know, what's going on? Because we hadn't talked for a little while. And I said, you know, explain to her what I had heard and what Shannon had said. And she told me what happened and what transpired. So that's when I called protective services.
Could you tell me the length of time it was before either one of you called? Because it seemed like it was a long stretch before the initial and Child Protective Services was notified.
The initial incident happened in February of 2022. I was told that the authorities were involved. When I found out that the authorities were not involved, Shannon was lying to me.
22 or 24?
22.
22. Okay.
So in April of 22, I figured out another incident happened where a child was doing some sexually inappropriate things. And I said, well, what's going on with the case? And isn't she in counseling? And you need to go to the police and take the phone. She sent the pictures to somebody on Instagram. She had told somebody else. She tell people this stuff like it's nothing. Like it's the normal everyday thing. She told somebody who ain't even related her to this story, and they called me to tell me what she said. And then I called her to ask her about it. So that's when I called CPS in April when I found out she had lied to me.
April, which year?
2022.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So then Kewana called me. I don't even think it was like maybe 3-4 weeks later. Kewana called. Other family members had already called and were calling when all of this was going on because I wasn't getting any response from CPS. The CPS worker that I talked to told me the children denied it. I said, so look at the adults. If the children are not going to tell you I said, would you take the children out of the household and question them? No. I'm like, because they're afraid to say anything because they're in the Shannon and Annette looking right in their face. Then I said, if the children are not going to tell it because they're afraid, then start looking into the adults. Well, we haven't found any credibility of the complaint.
Even with him in the house, been in prison.
She told me that he was not on parole and he could be in the house around children.
But he had been to prison for the same accusation. No, not accusation. He was convicted and imprisoned for the same thing.
This is what troubles me. I made this complaint in April of 2022. And there were several other complaints by myself, Kewana, and other family members after that. This man had a CPS case basically stating the same thing in 2015 and 2018 from completely different families.
Yeah, sure did. And also
known girlfriends.
Sure did. Sure did. And after I end up calling Protective Services, one of the children had began to contact me and express things that were going on in the house, right? Because, I talked regularly with the children, even when they tried to isolate me, I'm not going to say names of the children, but one of the eldest children would try to contact me or contact me outside of their knowledge. It began them having to sneak and call me now because, they don't want us around, we get in their business, we're calling Protective Services. And so, I went on to, talk to workers, try to get custody, continue to call. I made calls not just in Wayne County, but again in Clinton Township. So there was calls, Clinton Township, Wayne County. The Clinton Township calls was against Shannon. Wayne County was against Auntie and that household. And then both stories were being told to both Protective Services, that city and this in that city. And
we did get a little bit of action, a little bit. Action when it was another young man who was much older than Naziah that she was acquainted with. And that's the reason why Annette had to move, is what I was told. She had to move away from that young man because Naziah was having an inappropriate relationship with him. And that's the reason why.
Is this the autistic guy?
Yes. And then I also was told that they told Shannon at this point that Jarvis could not come around the children.
Who told her that?
CPS.
Okay.
This is what I was told by someone. I don't know for sure, but this is what I was told by someone at CPS that Shannon, that he was not supposed to be around the children at that point because I guess we had called so many times.
Right. Oh, yeah. I want to go back to something real quick when Lori was asking about if Naziah had said anything or that gave any type of inclination that anything was wrong. And I want to mention this from the court proceedings that have been going on this week when the teacher or substitute teacher testified that the last day was, I presume it was the last day that Naziah was in school. She came in her room. Apparently this particular sub had a rapport with Naziah. She would give her candy every day or something like that. And she would come in her room and talk to her. And the lady said that Naziah laid on the floor and said she needs to see a counselor. But it so happened that the counselor never came in that day. And so, and of course, we didn't see her anymore. So that was one thing. And then I wanted to ask you guys about this. If you were aware of this that I heard on one of the videos from another podcast, it said, that Naziah was telling her classmates that she was planning to run away because she was pregnant. Had you guys heard anything about that?
Yeah, we heard so much. That was after she went missing. So yeah, we've heard that. We have heard every accusation, scam. Yeah, we heard that.
Okay. I wanted to clear that up. And then also now I believe Kewana, you pretty much grew up around Naziah's mom and being close to in the unit. And being in Naziah's life actively. Well, I guess both of you were in her life actively up until the cases being filed and whatever rift caused the family to that broke down the family. So can you talk about, Kewana, how well? First of all, let's clarify for the public how long JaVIRUS has been around, because the information that is out there, only indicates, that he started abusing Naziah back in as far back as 2022. But there's a question that it may have probably more than likely had gone on much longer. So let's establish for them, exactly how long, when did you all become aware that he was around, like when Shannon was dating him and all of that, those types of things, to give, to clarify. Basically, I want to get rid of some misinformation that's out there.
So
go ahead.
No, good. Yeah, Kewana.
So, Jarvis have been around since Shannon was 16, right?
Yeah, we didn't know about it until later, but
yeah,
after she had her daughter, he had been.
Right.
We found out during this whole ordeal that she had been acquainted with him since she was about 16.
Right. And we had no clue, not just that he was the age that he was, but no clue that he had a record,
Right. Yeah, but and I think that's
a record of being a pedophile. Let me say that.
Right. Yeah, because that's a lot of the thing is, where was the family? Oh, and the other thing is, let's clarify, and we don't have to go into extensive details about her mom, but can we please clarify, just a general idea of her mother and the father. We know that the father did pass away last year, but if you guys can share with us just a little bit, just to put that to rest so that people understand what the dynamics are.
I'll speak on her mother because I really didn't have a relationship with her father. Kewana knows him better than I do. Her mother loved her. She loved her children. She just had, like I said, she grew up with Annette in a household, and she went through the same thing at 13 as Neziah. So, she had a lot on her, and no one ever got her help. So, and she loved her children. She just couldn't fight those demons that were chasing her. When all this stuff was going on with Neziah, we finally caught up with her because people were lying, and specifically Annette and people in the family were saying that she just left. She never left. She said, I'm staying here until y'all find out what happened to my baby. But she just staying out the way because Annette was trying to say she had something to do with it. Other people were trying to say, when actually she was the first person to give the police the information they needed to try to figure out what happened to Neziah.
Oh, wow.
But when we found her just talking to her, she said, this stuff just keep on falling, this sex stuff. She said, it's just keep on chasing me. It's chasing me. Now it's got my baby.
Oh my God.
So
this is really sad. Something, I hate to, I'm not trying to cut you off, but there's just a whole lot going on in my head right now because working in early childhood development, and I'm thinking 10, 12-year-old girl. I mean, I have 10 and 12-year-old children in my before and after school program, summer camp, and all of this. So I'm saying to myself, where was the indication at school that something was going on with Neziah?
There were several indications at school, but the school would call Annette instead of going through the proper channels. You tell me this, if a child is on the playground and a car pulls up to a vicinity where the child can talk to them through a fence, and the child is talking to them, and the teacher goes over and say, hey, who are you talking to? And the guy says, I'm her dad. And the child agrees, yes, that's my dad. Do you call the grandmother, or do you make a report as well as calling the grandmother?
No, in that case, no, until I get the child information card and verify who that father is with the identification, he would leave until he's ID'd.
Well, he pulled off once the teacher started questioning him. And then when they talked to Annette, that Neziah did not have a relationship with her father. So what did they do after that? For the safety of not only Neziah, I feel like some type of report or police report should have been made for the safety of any other child he may have came back and tried to talk to. Because they didn't know who he was.
Yeah, I would think that it would have at least been documented that an adult male was yard or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I think that the school, it's clear that the school just
didn't follow proper protocol.
No, they weren't paying attention at all.
It's unbelievable the amount of callousness between these social institutions, CPS, the police department, and the CPS, the police department, and the school as well. Callousness to the point of liability, as far as I can see. I don't think that, and I don't anticipate there being any type of lawsuits or anything like that filed, but they certainly everybody, dropped the ball on this one. So
There's Deborah,
go ahead,
there's a
Laura.
lot of
Go ahead,
accountability.
Kewana.
A lot of accountability. I mean, there's a lot of people that need to be held, from me listening to this, accountable. And, even to the point where cell phone, messages on cell phone, who don't check a 13-year-old cell phone?
Messages on the
First of all,
school
who's paying for
laptop.
the cell phone?
Right.
Messages on the school laptop.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kewana. The second half is about her dad.
Well, he is deceased. I want to respect that, but I can say that this started out a working relationship with him and my cousin. We met him together, actually. He spoke to me and we were having a conversation. And I went on to my vehicle, and him and my cousin continued to converse, and they exchanged numbers. And they were talking about business. My lady works on houses. Kewana, her nickname is Lady. She works on houses and she's really good at it. And so he needed some help as far as his business, and that's how they met. And so they met a business relationship. She was with him regularly, like every day. And I wasn't with them on a daily basis, but I do know when she became pregnant with Naziah. At first, her, being a mother and, dealing with a man in which, he has a family and so on, she was torn between, was she going to, keep her child or not keep her child? And so she made a decision of keeping her child with the expectation that they would parent her together. And some things happened along the lines, he had a family at home, and things got really ugly with them as far as that was concerned. And so, Naziah, from my understanding and from what my cousin was telling me, Naziah wasn't seeing him regularly. However, from my understanding and what he told me is that he was trying to see her, and my aunt was making it hard for him to see her, because at the time she was trying to get custody of the children. And so not even so much making it hard, but telling him that it's best for her to be her guardian because she can do the things for her that he can't do. Again, he had a situation, and at that time his wife wasn't aware that Naziah was born, and that went on like that. She convinced him to let her, they came to an agreement that she would parent Naziah, so to say, and they ended up moving. He lost contact, and so many things happened in between when they lost contact. He was consistently paying child support, from my understanding. He told me that personally, that he was consistent with paying his child support, whether that child support was being spent on Naziah or not. There were many times where she needed things, which was one of the reasons why I would take her clothes. Some new, some, I have 2 daughters, and my daughters, they like, nice things like any young person. And so Naziah is smaller than them, and we will pass it down. And not just me, they have 2 other cousins. I won't say their name. And, the mother of one of my aunt's children, she, same thing, her daughters. So, we were looking out for Naziah as far as clothing and such. So yeah, that's that story. And then once this came about, with Naziah missing, he found out about it, and he was out there, like we were, as far as the organized searches is concerned, and passing out flyers. I met up with him a few times, and we were passing out flyers and so on. So there's that. They both made a mistake, but Naziah was none other than a blessing, and it's unfortunate that all this had to happen like this. It's really sad that not just her father, and in a situation, her mother, and she's no longer here.
Can I ask the question? Did anyone know she was pregnant? I mean, at 13, I'm going to keep saying a young girl at 13. You are a mother, you're an auntie, you're a grandmother, whatever. You're going to notice somebody has to buy supplies.
I believe that they didn't know that she was pregnant. We did not know that she was pregnant until all of this happened. And then we saw the videos, and we started kind of like looking and assuming, like, wait a minute, it look like she's pregnant. And I personally feel strongly that they knew that she was pregnant.
Because mind you, we were no longer allowed to see them. So it was phone calls now. It was, I'm sneaking to call you to say hi, because they weren't allowed to talk to us. So that's how I was in communication, and that's how she was in communication. It was phone calls. We couldn't see them. So we weren't seeing them visually, aside from the oldest child. I won't say his name, but yeah.
Naziah would text every now and then if she can get a hold of a phone, or she would, I think one time she reached out to me on social media. The last time I saw Naziah was June of 2022 because
When
I
it-
saw CPS in April, and I saw her June of 2022, and I was taking one of the other children with me because I have a son that's close to age with one of the other children. They're very close, and I was taking them on a trip. It was like a Father's Day football trip or something, and I saw her that day, and she wanted to go, and I'm like, I'm gonna come back when I get back in town. We're gonna make plans. I'm gonna come and get you. Well, I tried to get her like a week and a half later, take her to lunch, let her spend the night, get her nails done, do something fun with her, and they told me that she could not go. Continuously tried to do things for the children, reach out to the children, spend time with the children, be around the children, and they wouldn't let us be around. I showed Deborah the text message where I tried to offer to pay for cheer, like the boys. 2 of the older boys in the household were allowed to go and play football. And I'm like, well, all these years, these boys get to go play football. Well, they got a scholarship. I'm like, they got cheerleading scholarships too. And if they don't, I'll be willing to pay for her to go to cheer. Why she always got to sit in the house? Why she can't never go and do anything? They declined my offer for that.
And what really puzzled me was when Naziah said that I need the medicine or whatever it was that she was saying she needed
Her sanitary napkins. Yeah.
No, this was she needed something because gym was getting very, very difficult for her.
For her to do.
So that tells me that she had to be further along for it to start being a challenge for her to do activities in gym. So it tells me that somebody in the household, an adult somewhere, had to notice something. And I'm not just saying this to be ugly towards anybody out there, but like this is real. This is a young 13-year-old girl that is pregnant that cannot buy her own sanitary napkins. I haven't heard anybody say she had a job.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
cleaning the shop.
Sam's Club stocks of this, or did you look at her? Did you, what? Because
I wouldn't put it past the things they know. Somebody know that was around her, whether it was one of the other children. But I really believe that the adults know. I was a teenage girl. I was raised by my grandmother. And she kept the pad so she would know if I was coming to get them.
Absolutely.
And even if I came and got them, she said, let me see. She came in the bathroom to check me when I was 13, 14
I got 2 girls and they're never without their personals, you know.
Right.
And not only that, but I pay too much attention to my daughters for them to walk
exactly.
around.
Do you touch your child? Do your child lay in a bed with you? Do you? I remember at 13 climbing in the bed with my grandmother, laying on her, hugging on her always hugging on me, her coming in my room while I was undressed to see what I was putting on going to school that day. Because at that age 13, you want to wear the belly shirts, and she wasn't having that. But she stayed on top of me. She knew what I was doing, like what I was wearing. And if she saw me wearing sweatshirts and stuff all the time, she would have. I was 20 years old when I got pregnant with my first child. And she was like, she figured it out because I didn't tell nobody until I was further along. And she figured it out. She was like, you pregnant. I was like,
listen, let me tell you something. We don't have to even go to pregnancy. How about when you started having sex?
Yep.
And they can look in your eyes and tell you
the way you walk, the way you smell, the way you act, everything.
Come on.
How about your neck turning black? Why?
Yes.
What's going on with you?
Listen, it's the generation, the people. I don't know what's going on with folks now.
But no, let's remember, Annette runs a tight ship. But all this was going on, and one of the babies was able to get taken off in the car to the store, and then nobody knows she was being taken.
Right.
And multiple children in the households being violated.
But for one thing, with Child Protective Services, in their defense, or even an adoption agency, my sister works in that field. And I know, and she's had in the past, Deborah, as you know, she had foster children. They're going to come out to your house, and you have to have bedrooms according to the amount of children that's in the household.
Yeah,
so
she had all that. She made sure she got her ass
bedrooms. Yes,
she made sure she got her ass across her teeth.
If it was affecting her chest. Bunk beds. That was so tight in that area.
Well, for 11 children, she would have had to have at least 7 bedrooms.
They weren't all in the house at the same time. Well, the one house they live in, I believe, was a 2-family. They all initially it was just Naziah, her brother, her other daughter, and her 2 children. And then she had like 1 foster child. Well, then that foster child went away, and then the 2 came. And then they went away for a while because actually those 2 were supposed to be in respite care or something because they were with another family, but something happened with the family.
Temporary care, like on the weekend.
So she had them for a while, but then I guess the family, whatever they was going through, they couldn't no longer keep the children. So she ended up taking the children and keeping them permanently. And then the children went back to their parent, their abuser, and she abused them again. And then they brought them back to Annette. So she always made sure they was on top of her about that, like making sure there was enough bedrooms and the boys was separate from the girls and all this different stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just come back with 2 out of those siblings. It was even another child, which was a baby. That was
their brother.
But
the young lady, it's just a mess.
But his father got custody of his child.
Ended up getting custody of him because she was trying to adopt all 3 of them. But yeah, she crossed her eyes and crossed her T's, dot her eyes, all that type of stuff. But other than that, no.
Yeah. I want to get to a couple of things, guys. And when Kewana was talking, I want to make sure that we say this publicly. There are other family members who cared about Naziah and are basically kind of behind the scenes that was trying to intervene in the situation. This was not a situation where this child was completely abandoned by her entire family. That people, maybe did not know what was going on for a time or whatever. Can you all briefly address that, just to let people know there was other people in the family that loved Naziah, was willing to take her in and all of that? Can we deal with that really quickly?
All right, willing to take her in. We would have to fast forward to 2020. Was that September or October 2020?
September.
It was September 2022 when her brother ran away.
Yeah, 22.
I contacted an attorney. We were trying to find out why first of all, we were trying to find him. We got threatened by the police saying that we was harboring a minor. We was going to go to jail. But Kewana and I had to devise a plan. I contacted an attorney. We was trying to get the boy to tell them what was going on. The attorney even told him, hey, all you got to do is say you're not safe and I can go and file for emergency guardianship. He refused to say that because he didn't want to go against his nana. So we were telling him, your nana is threatening to put us in jail. We had devised a plan. I was going to take the brother. She was going to take Naziah.
Girl, it sure did.
Because I have boys. So I was like, I'll bring him over here. He's familiar with my boys. Naziah was very close with Kewana's girls. We had to devise a plan because those children wanted to go. He didn't want to tell on his nana because he was afraid that his sister would end up in foster care or her grandmother would retaliate against her or keep her from him if he was to tell.
Right.
Wow.
So we couldn't devise it. I tried to do it, but he didn't want to tell. And the lawyer advised me, he was like, it's nothing we can do about it. I mean, he said, you can make another report of the abuse, which I did with the police officer who contacted us, threatening us with harboring a minor. We told him what was going on and why he was afraid. They didn't investigate none of that. He said his job was to make sure the minor went back home.
Absolutely. And to add to that, not only did we, try to talk to the workers and get custody of the children, we made preparations. I did with it, where I was living. I lived in a duplex apartment. Wasn't as much room enough. However, the manager was willing to, let me bring her there. She said, whatever you need to do for those children, we won't violate you. Don't worry about it. Do what you got to do. Because I explained the situation to her. And she told me, listen, whatever you need to do, just say the word, because that's a very serious situation. So yeah, we actually, I made preparations. I got the kids ready for this to happen. But as she said, it was, her brother, he was afraid that his sister would go into custody. And not just that, he was afraid of what would happen at home. I mean, they had already been out there multiple times, and you just never know in the mind of a child. Or someone that young.
He was actually experiencing what was going on, because he did go back, and then he contacted Kewana and said that he was punished after he went back and ended up leaving again, and pretty much never really went back. He's been there, but he just has not lived there since he ran away those 2 times. He's basically been out here on his own.
Yeah, sure did. And once that situation occurred, that was actually the agreement amongst him and my auntie. You go wherever the hell you going. And we're gonna keep it like that. I'm not gonna let them know that you're not here. Because she was receiving funds, and so that's how that went. He was in the street, pillar to post, regularly. We were called because he needed help, cash apps, and so on. We would send them and do as much as we could. Being mothers of our own children. My thing with him was, listen, I want to do this the right way. And if this is what I need you to do so that her or I can do it the right way.
Yep.
We can get you in school, get the help you needed, get you in programs. We can't help you like we want to help you with you being in the street. Okay.
I even pleaded. We even pleaded. Well, I pleaded with Shannon and her twin to maybe talk because he said something like he was afraid of juvenile. We were pleading basically just let us take the kids. They're not happy there. You obviously stressed out because you're snapping at them and stuff. Let us just take the kids, even if it's just temporary. Give you a break, maybe give them a new outlet look on life or something like that. Because obviously they're not getting what they need from there. They rejected that offer as well.
Sure did.
Well, she didn't even respond to my offer. Let's say that, but I took that as a rejection as of no. Because if I was going to do it, the lawyer told me, don't just let her send him. We're going to get temporary guardianship because she might set you up because she was threatening pretty much if you harboring him, you going to jail and all this different stuff. She said we have to do it by the book because this is a very sensitive situation.
Oh, she was threatening me regularly. I mean,
they sent the police to Kewana house.
Sure did. Had them circling around my place. Had them calling my son's phone. And then she had the nerve to call me and say, if you see him, you need to bring him home. I said, well, I tell you what, you need to be honest about the abuse that's going on inside the home. I said, you know what's going on. I said, you know exactly why he running away. Oh, no, he just want to be grown. He want to run the streets. He want to smoke weed. Well, weren't you the one that passed him his first blunt? Weren't you the one that passed him his first breeze? He told me because I was his favorite older cousin.
Yeah.
So he would tell me things, and he would expect for that to be between him and I. But let the truth be what it is. They were good with blaming the children and not taking accountability for themselves. Look, you passed them the weed.
They would blame the children and say they was this, that, and the other based on things that they had been taught.
Right.
The things that they were mirroring. Everything like Naziah. A lot of people saying that she was fast. Those things that Naziah was doing, not only did Jarvis groom her at a very young age to do, but she witnessed it from the other women that were around her on a regular basis. She learned that behavior. She learned how to be manipulative. She learned, and then she was seeking attention because she wasn't getting attention at home. She wanted to feel something, and he was the only one who was paying attention to her. Obviously, because they didn't know none of this was going on, but all of it was happening on Shannon's phone.
And let me say this. She was absolutely looking for attention. You know what? And today, was it today or yesterday? I believe it was today. They said in those text messages, she was constantly asking, am I ugly? Do you think I'm pretty? Well, let me tell you, she always felt ugly. She had very low self-esteem. And I was the one, I would always say, you are beautiful. That's how I gave her the nickname Pretty Eyes, because her nickname from her mom is Tud. And then we also call her Zaza. However, I wanted to go the extra mile and make her feel, feel pretty when I call her name. And so I gave her Pretty Eyes because she had some beautiful, gorgeous eyes.
She's a beautiful girl.
Yes, she was. But let me say this. They added to her low self-esteem. They were constantly saying things to her like, you nappy-headed. You got nappy hair. So she felt like it gave her a complex because all the other children have fine hair. And I would have to tell her, baby, you got black girl magic. You see my kinks? You see my hair? You better love yourself. You are beautiful, baby. Those are nines all through your coils. And I would have to try to make her feel good because they would tear her down by making her feel like she wasn't as pretty as the other kids. You got nappy hair. You bony. These were the things that they were so bald-headed self. That was something they said regularly. And to them, it was jokingly. But to her, it was damaging.
Oh, it sounds like some of that might have been purposely for some reason. I mean, being around children in the business for almost 30 years, it's something so dysfunctional that it's probably, we would never understand because we're so far from this, removed from this situation. But I'm telling you, this sounds so intentional. The negative talk to her. We don't do that. Black women don't call our children, grandchildren, black, ugly, nappy-headed, none of that stuff. We build our children up. I don't care what they look like. They're in a black home. You are, for the most part, in a functional, in a healthy black environment. You're taught that you are beautiful, respect yourself, love yourself. Don't let anyone disrespect you. She was being torn down on purpose. Somebody and now my teacher and my parent side coming out. This is really a dysfunctional situation, and that's why Naziah is where she is today. Until somebody start going into these homes and taking action, full action. I admire you, Kewana. Jernell, I admire you, but I guess now it's going to come to the point where we're going to have to start knocking on doors and saying, I believe, not to scandalize yourself, not to get yourself in trouble, but just keep knocking on doors. Hey, why can't I come and see them? I want to see my nieces, my cousins, my nephews. I mean, we done had children put in freezers. We done had children put in dump yards, so-called dump yards. And now we have a child that God knows that we'll know where her body, if her body ever be found, an impregnated child, young baby at 13 years old. We have got to put our foot down and go at it. Because this is crazy. I have experienced lots of things at my early childhood development center. And guess what? If it don't look right to me, it's not right. And somebody has to make it right to me. I'm not going to buy blood coming down a child's leg because she must have sit on a tricycle and hurt herself. Oh, no. We're going to do some investigating. And then, let the doctor tell me that. Then I'm okay. So we have to start being, as the old people say back in the day, nosy.
That's right. Yeah. And let me say this, if I may. I want to add to that. A lot of times, people will turn a blind eye. They'll know that these things are going on. A lot of women are so desperate to be with a man, because this man is making them feel whatever they need to feel, that they will turn a blind eye. And I know a lot of people, and I'll come back later on and talk about that. But I know a lot of people that know of sexual abuse in the home or pedophiles personally, and they're afraid to turn them loose. It's called Stockholm syndrome, if we will. Yeah. And they want, they'll still have these people around, like their family. They'll protect their name. I mean, I've had people, go back and forth for me about their family members, and because I'm telling, why are you protecting this person? I've lost relationships because I've stood on that. If you are going to protect this person, then you are, again, like someone else was saying, a part of the problem, because there's no way in the world I'm going to know that you're a pedophile, whether you my uncle or whoever you are, and you're going to come sit at my table and feast with me and my family.
Come on,
it's not going to happen.
Come on.
Yeah.
Now. Come on. All that I'm saying, what goes on in the home, stay in the home. You need to make a difference with that. Tell your daughter or tell your son what goes on in the home. Yes, stay in the home. But if it's unhealthy, if somebody's touching you inappropriately, if somebody is doing things to you to make you feel uncomfortable, those are the things you tell. If you see mommy and daddy have an argument and we're in an uncomfortable position because daddy or mommy came home too late or whatever, that's something different, and we'll talk to you about it. But all that, what go on at home, stay at home. And somebody is upstairs having sex with a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old or a 10-year-old. No, we're not going to hide that as Black families, and we shouldn't. No family of no race should hide that. And I hope and I pray that this person gets the justice that he deserves, because he's been to prison for this once. A lesson was not taught. I see no reason for him to be out in society amongst our young children anymore. Anymore.
Yeah, because he went to prison in what I think 2004, 2005. He came home like 2014, 2015. The first CPS case admitting abuse was in 2015.
Again.
So he came home doing it, and he came home interacting with Shannon.
I want to interject here, though, ladies, for a second, because you all said so much in that time span. There was, we were talking about how they were teasing her about her being nappy-headed and all of that kind of thing. And I can get a visual of that, because Jarvis is light, bright, and almost white, as they used to say.
Good hair.
Biracial or something, I don't know what. And I'm sure that the children has taken on the fair skin and the fine hair.
Yeah, all the children in here, even the other children have even Shannon and her sister, they have a very good grade of hair. Desire hair was just more kinkier, and she was very
right. But I'm just imagining, just trying to get a visual of that environment that she was in. Right. And so, but it brings me to this thought, and I want to know your thoughts on this, because I want to say this is nothing that has been said, insinuated. Do I want to do this? So what I was going to say is, and I've been looking at a lot of comments and all of that all week long, and one of the things that came up a couple of times was that Shannon was jealous. Shannon, the aunt, was jealous of Naziah, knowing that, the relationship between Naziah and I hate to call it a relationship, but for lack of a better word, the relationship between Naziah and Jarvis. Do you guys have any knowledge of that, if that's even true, or just any thoughts about, do you think that she would have been jealous of Naziah?
A lot of people have said that. As you can see, Naziah was jealous of Shannon and the others, but would you be jealous if y'all both was pregnant at the same time?
Jesus.
Right.
Please, Lord.
My God.
Yep. And not only that, but you know, for her to go to the extent of knowing he's a pedophile, knowing multiple times, women have called her and told her their stories. And so knowing this, if you will go the extra mile to stay with this man, imagine knowing that he's sleeping with your niece. Okay.
And
she loved him to death.
He didn't stop right there. It's a lot of demons in that house. It's a lot of stuff not coming out. I see a whole lot in my head. I'm not going to even bring it out, but it didn't stop there. It didn't stop. It's a mess.
Agreed. I agree with you, Lori.
There's a whole lot of mess going on in that house, and they can cover it up to hell freeze over. But it was a whole lot of mess. Everybody knew what everybody was doing, and some of them was doing it together. And I call no names.
I said, ooh.
But this is a mess. This is an insane mess. This is a little girl, 13 years old. And I don't want to say it's no fault of hers whatsoever.
Not at all.
She was put into this position. And I tell everybody that's listening out there, if you have a 13-year-old or 10, 11, 12, any age child, boy or girl, this man, from what I understand, he was messing with his own child.
Yes.
So don't just look at the aunts, the uncles, the cousins. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that we have to look at blood relatives now.
Yeah.
And it's like one lady said years ago, she said her child's father was sleeping with her child. That's not uncommon. We hear it a lot now.
That's right.
So she said, so now when I hear my new husband, which she's had for many years now, get up, I get up. When he get out the bed, go use the bathroom, I'm woke. I want to hear him come back and get in my bed. But see, I can't live like that. That's not trust.
Yeah.
That's not trust, but that's where we are now.
Jernell, you wanted to say something?
I'm just saying that's what what some of the testimony was. One of the children in the household basically said he was messing with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the preliminary exam. Let's talk a little bit about you all's thoughts or what your takeaways have been, what stuck out to you during this week of trauma. I think everybody's traumatized behind listening to them phone records. I want to say something about the people calling Naziah, oh, she was fast, or somebody put in my comments today, the child was the aggressor per the text messages. I just blocked them. Right. I just blocked them because Naziah was raped. For people to be, I mean, not only is it insensitive and inappropriate, that is pure stupidity. A child can't give consent for a reason. Neither can they be an aggressor. So listen, and I was really bothered and almost to the point of boiling today when I saw that word fast, because this is something that has been used and specifically when it comes to young Black girls. It perpetuates in a negative stereotype, but beyond that, this is a way to be able to sexualize a Black girl child.
Yep. Right. And that's what happens in that household. There's been other girls in that, other girls under her neck when things would happen or said, she would say they being fast and this and that. When Naziah went missing and we did reach out to some of the family, oh, she just out trying to get some dick. She being fast. I'm like, how was you speaking about this child as your blood relative?
Right.
Shannon was texting people that the other family members were saying the same thing. Well, where did she learn to go out and get it from?
Right.
She was grown. She was a child.
Yeah. Because if Shannon told me the information in February of 2022, how long was it going on before that? And then there were other things that before that they probably didn't even tell me about that was going on.
Right. I'm sure it was. Me
so somebody tried to tell me Shannon telling me these types of things was a cry for help. Well, then why when I helped you called me an op and said I was trying to break up your family?
Same to me. Oh, I got some, like I said, I got some nasty voicemails. Ooh,
most recently, a recent voicemail. Yeah, very recent. All my children are about the same man. Ooh, girl, a pedophile.
Right.
Yes.
How can you be proud of that? Yeah.
And that's multiple times. I said, you got the energy to get on my phone and disrespect me or say whatever lies or whatever you want to come with on my voicemail or my messages, but you don't have the energy to be concerned and put the same energy into what happened to Naziah as everybody else. And you her aunt. I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah. Overstand
it's not, I'm not even gonna
I'm trying to understand it. Yeah.
It's her brothers and sisters too. They got this thing about like they don't want to go against their mom.
Right. Well, I think that's pretty typical of kids. That's the thing. That's why they're children. I mean, they're easily manipulated. They're easily controlled.
No, these are the grown children.
Oh, okay.
These are grown children who know things and have seen things and noticed things and know what we've been going through for all this time and been telling them, and they are afraid to say anything because they don't want to go against the grandmother.
Right.
They don't want to go against her.
Yeah, somebody is making the comment, why was he ever allowed around the kids anyway? Was he not registered as a sex offender? We've talked about that already, but just a brief answer, he wasn't supposed to be around the children, hence the testimony that was made by particularly Annette, the grandmother. And I believe when Shannon testified this week, who is the aunt with the 5 children with Jarvis Butts, I believe she said it also that when they were questioning them about, him coming into the house or whatever, that's when they started talking about he comes out, he pulls up in the driveway and sits in his truck, and then Shannon goes out, and then if he want to see his kids, all his kids go out. Well, we totally already debunked that lie, because we know that he was coming to pick up those kids, taking them to the shop alone, and all of those types of things. But hold on a second, Jernell, because I want to give you all the floor. I want to talk about what all came out in the hearings this week, what your thoughts are, what your takeaways are, and then I want to ask if you'll give me permission to talk about what happened when they had to turn the cameras off yesterday.
Oh, yes. Yesterday?
That was Wednesday.
Wednesday, maybe, yeah.
I think it was Tuesday. It was Tuesday.
It was Tuesday.
Okay.
I had to think about it. Tuesday.
Yeah. So let me know if you want to do that. But who wants to go first to talk about their thoughts of the hearings and what has happened so far in the hearings?
The things that were heard, they affected me. It's her cousin. I'm sure it affected a lot of people. Just hearing her, that she was in that state of mind, that she needed love so bad, or, just wanted to feel pretty or feel loved by someone, that she turned to him for it, and hearing the testimony of my little cousin, that was heartbreaking. But again, she was very brave. And I'm proud of her for getting up there and telling it like it needed to be told. As far as the judge go, she did not come to play. She read every thought that I had been thinking, and everything that I wanted to say, she said it. And so, my hat's off to the judge, because she absolutely seen through everything. She seen through all the mess, all of it, because it's a lot of mess, and she's seen straight through it. It's heartbreaking, it's heartbreaking. Like I said, we knew of abuse, but not to this extent. Never to this extent.
Okay.
Jernell?
Yeah, I was shocked about a lot of things that came out in court. Now I understand, like when we were working with and talking to the Detroit Public School Police, DPD people, we was in there talking to them and stuff. Now I see why they told us, stand down. We got everything we need. We don't need you doing no searches. You can pass out some flyers, but we got everything we need.
Absolutely.
Because we gave them a lot of information, but we were hounding them. And they was like, oh, just look, you gave us the information. We following it. Just stand down. Don't go out here in these houses looking. Don't go out here accusing people and knocking on doors and all that stuff. Just stand down. We got everything we need. We just need some time to put it together. It takes time to get subpoenas for text messages. It takes time to get subpoenas from the phone companies. It takes time to run DNA samples and stuff like that. It takes time.
Absolutely.
We knew they told us this before the 14th.
Sure did.
We got the information when it was transferred. We talked to Detroit Public School Police the Friday after Desire went missing, because we didn't find out until Thursday night. She went missing on a Tuesday. We found out on Facebook post on a Thursday night. We called Friday morning.
Sure did.
And told them everything that we knew and what could have possibly happened, because originally we thought she had ran away. But just to see all of it unfold was a little bit of a relief, because I've been preaching this for a long time and no one would listen. No one believed me. Or they would say, oh, the kids are not denying it. We're not seeing it. The family over there was saying, oh, she's lying. She not telling the truth. I don't know why she would make that up about him. I don't know what she got against him and my mama, but she lying. Just my truth to come out.
Yeah.
Because they were lying from the beginning. I was pretty much told that a lot of the things that we told them that first couple weeks is what they would have never looked. Annette would have kept on saying she ran away. She would have never said that she was missing. As a matter of fact, Detective Gardner told me when the grandmother said she missing. I said, no, she lying. She ain't missing. That girl won't be gone for no 3 weeks and ain't contact nobody for no money, not on the social media. But just to see it all put together. And that judge, she saw through all the BS. She saw all the lies and the neglect that we've been trying to tell them was going on. She saw all of it. It's just unfortunate it took for Naziah to be the reason why all this shit came out when we've been telling people for years. This ain't nothing that just happened in February. This been happening for years. And we've been going through it, arguing back and forth with Shannon, arguing back and forth with the different police people we came in contact with, calling CPS, trying to get the kids. So it's a little bit of relief. I can say that a little bit of the weight is off of my shoulders, but we still got a long way to go, because I want to know where her body is. And I believe they need to go ask Shannon. Absolutely. Because she know everything that he do. If out of all the women that he been with, she the one who keep up with him the most.
Great. Oh my God. Let me, there was a question here and that the audience wants me to pose to you guys. Oh Lord, did I lose it that quickly? Will you ask the guests, what do they think? Oh, okay. The audience's member is asking, Gual05 asks, what did you all think about JaVIRUS' sister's testimony? And I want both of you to answer.
Kewana, thank you for doing the right thing. I know it was very difficult for you to have to do that. And I don't think it was because it was your brother. I think it was more so that you felt like, damn, I saw her. And if I had just took a little bit of extra step, maybe I could have prevented all this. But I really appreciate her testimony. I could tell that it was very difficult for her.
Yeah, she cried the whole,
Yeah, and I could tell that she was kind of silenced in a way too, where she couldn't really just say what she wanted to say. But
right.
I don't know why that was, or what the
they probably want her to save some of that information
for trial or something like that. But I really appreciate that she do that. JaVIRUS' family had already reached out to me when he was charged. Because I am actually a good friend with one of his cousins. And she reached out to me and told me that they was behind us 100% and they supported us and they didn't want no association with him and they were supporting us. And I just really appreciate that. Right. She said it, like it could have been, it was a difficult situation. Like, dang, that's my friend, but this is my cousin. She hadn't really said much to me. But when she came, she explained herself and told me that JaVIRUS' sister was had made some reports to the police and she couldn't talk about a lot of them. I listened to her or whatever, but it was greatly appreciated. I just, like I've been telling people for long, it's not only is Naziah's family hurting, but his family is hurting, because that's got to be devastating.
Yeah.
Your family member, your son, your brother, his other children, to find out your father can do something like this. So that's how I feel about her testimony.
Okay, Kewana.
I'm gonna let it. I'm gonna let her. I think she did a very good job. I appreciate her testimony. I have a few mixed feelings, but I do respect that she got up there and she expressed what she needed to and spoke against her brother. We needed her to do that and she did that. So I absolutely appreciate that.
Right.
And so I'm gonna just leave it there for now.
Okay.
All
right. I wanted to, I definitely wanted to ask about that. How is it? So I'm going to ask again. There was a situation in the courtroom the other day. Can we talk about that or briefly?
Briefly, because it wasn't us who did it. So, but
no.
Are you talking about the child's testimony or?
Yeah, at that time, what happened?
Yeah, there's an article about that.
Oh, okay, great. We can talk about that.
Newspaper articles out about basically what the child had said.
But we don't. But I don't mean talk about the child's testimony as opposed to
what happened after
an altercation.
Yeah.
the altercation that happened after the child testified.
Wait, let me stop you one more time, Jernell.
Okay.
Because I want to preface this. I want to make sure I preface this with the audience so they know what's going on. Those of you that were live streaming with us or any other wherever else all week long know that, we would have to wait sometimes for the court cameras to come on. And on Tuesday, was it Tuesday?
I think it was Tuesday.
On Tuesday,
the third day.
yeah, there from our end, those of us who work directly in the courtroom, we're waiting on the cameras to come on. They had taken a lunch break, so we came back and waited on them. So we waited or whatever. And then finally, after their lunch break, they turned the cameras back on. Well, when they did, Judge Sibyl, which is her name,
her chamber,
yeah, said, we have I think it's called a something 5 testimony, but whatever the legal term is, it's indicative of a child testimony. So she asked everybody to turn their cameras off. So we, of course, they shut us down, and I guess whoever was there recording had to turn off. So when we came back from that, finally, because someone in the comments said, how long is this going to take? And I said, this is really strange, because with children, they don't try to keep children on the stand too long because it's traumatic for them. And then you got to think about a child sitting there looking at the defendant, especially if they're testifying against them and all of that. I said, so I don't understand what's taking so long, because they don't usually keep children on the stand this long. And then finally, the cameras came back on. I said, oh, here we go. And okay, a few seconds go by and bloop, just abruptly it goes off again. So I want you to start from there.
The information was actually given to Kewana. I don't know if you want to tell what actually happened, Kewana, or you want me to tell it.
I'll tell it. Upon her testimony, her father was upset, like any father would be. And him listening to his daughter, say the things that she said, and not just the fact that he did the things that he did to Nasiah and to another family member, but he tried to do it to his daughter. He was vivid. He was upset, and they had to escort him out of the courtroom because he did exactly what any parent would do.
He did exactly what somebody should have did a long time ago. And I commend him from that. Me and him have not always saw eye to eye, but I commend him from that. Because that was real,
I don't think that the audience knows what happened, y'all.
Oh, yeah. Basically, he tried to get him. He tried to get Jarvis, and they had to send them in there to get him away from Jarvis. Jarvis and his attorneys had to go back in that little holding room with Jarvis. The judge went in her chamber. Everybody was crying. People had to duck and dodge because he was about to handle the business, and he said he basically didn't care about what was going on.
Yeah,
he didn't. Well, he do not play about his daughter.
No,
but I can tell you guys in watching the live stream today, Jarvis Butts was limping and had bruises.
Oh, he been limping.
Not like that.
Limping, but he had those bruises. Somebody clapped him up every time he go to court. Since that arraignment, he get knocked up a little bit.
That's what I said too. Yeah, he.
That's why
he was a little beat up the other day. He was pulling that mask up higher and higher. If it go any higher, it's gonna be on his forehead.
Right. So and I had to ask. I said, the inmates allowed to have TV, so they watching.
Oh yeah.
They know.
Oh yeah. They FaceTime and everything else in prison now.
Right.
Oh yeah.
So they probably got people who on this live that they called in there and told their family members that's in there, hey, his name is.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Oh,
yeah. So
he's not in he's in a jeopardizing situation right now. He's not going to sleep.
No, I wouldn't. I would just confess and tell everything. Cause they gonna stay on him until he do.
Around, guys. He doesn't look remorseful to me
at all.
At all.
When today they was asking, somebody yelled out, "Tell us where she at."
Yeah.
And he just kept walking. He ain't flinching nothing. But what got me was it was something in the comments the other day about the judge was like, "Is he crying?" I was like,
he tried to cry. He tried to cry because he know when he get back to that cell, he's gonna get beat up again.
That was right after that DNA reading, and he was going in the back. They was going to lunch, and she was like, "Is he crying?"
But here's the thing, because and again, I'll refer to the comments. I have gotten so many comments like, why was this guy still walking the streets? Why was because it just don't make sense. I mean, he's just going around messing up all of these young girls and affecting their lives and whatever to the families and all of that. And it's a genuine question. You don't of course, advocate for stuff like that, for violence or whatever. But in somewhere down the line, Jarvis Butts was never dealt with properly.
Absolutely.
He has not had a reason to even attempt to change his behavior. When you all were talking earlier and said when he got out of prison for the first charge, I would almost bet money that he came home and resumed his normal activities of abusing children, because it is very, very hard to rehabilitate a pedophile. Let me tell y'all, I'm talking to the audience now. It is slim to none that you're going to rehabilitate a child sexual offender. Ladies, don't bring these jokers home over your children. You cannot do it. Even if you want to say, oh, well, he did his time, and who am I to judge? And listen, let me tell you something. That is a sickness that is literally almost, you literally almost cannot ever recover from. Recovery is a part of addiction, any addiction, drugs, some people are addicted to sex, some people are addicted to food, whatever the addiction is, a relapse, is a part of recovery. So if a sex offender relapse, guess what? They go back to raping, abusing children, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to make that point very quickly. Now, let's get to, so we can wrap up, because we got a couple more things to do. I want to talk about cousin Roxy. I want to go there. We got a late start and we didn't cover everything, and maybe we'll get a chance to do this again. I want to talk about cousin Roxy. A lot of comments were in this week while we were watching, or while we were streaming the preliminary hearings about cousin Roxy. Cousin Roxy has been, and I'm calling her cousin Roxy. She has been the visible face, so to speak, of this Naziah situation. And I heard a lot of things. Roxy is the reason why this has gotten national attention. Roxy is the one who brought all of this together and did this and did the other. And that was one of the things that I wanted to kind of put forth and make sure that other people in the family love this child. I mean, really love this child. Regardless of what was going on in that particular unit in that home, this family didn't just neglect and abandon Naziah. The people in the family does not agree with how Naziah was being raised, what Naziah was being exposed to, or the other children. So when we make blanketed statements like that to say that family XYZ, well, you're talking about a whole lot of people besides those few, So I want to get to this, and I want to make sure that we cover it, because there was a lot of things that was going on. And at some point there was a rift. I think that am I correct in that it started maybe around the time of when they started organizing the searches for Naziah? Is that what happened?
It was like towards maybe close to right before he was charged or so, or maybe a little after. I would have to look at my messages to see. But basically, all this stuff got started, like I said, in 2022. Unfortunately, my efforts did not do anything. Other family members who were involved, efforts did not do anything at that time. We got, like I said, we had a little action where they made her move from the one guy, but it did not work. Unfortunately, I thought reporting to CPS, they're going to figure it out. CPS, please don't get involved. But anyways, how all this stuff started most recently once Naziah went missing was basically Kewana and I talking to Detective Gardner at the Detroit Public Schools Police Department, hounding her pretty much to the point I think she got a little bit aggravated with me, and I got aggravated right back with her, saying so did Kewana. And then, they finally started all these searches and this, that, and the other. Myself and my family ended up talking to Mark D, and it went social media viral. I guess Roxy befriended Mark D. I've been knowing Mark D since 9th grade. He's done business with some of my family members. We went to high school together for a couple years. So I've been knowing him for a long time, since we was kids. So my family member had did some business with them, and so they knew who he was. So we talked to market with social media viral. Roxy, I'm not sure when, but I know like sometime in November she was supposed to be moving back to Michigan or whatever. But she was here doing all that stuff with Mark. And she ended up befriending Mark and they became close and collaborated or whatever. So, you know, and Roxy just had her own efforts of going, despite the police telling us to stand down or whatever, because they had everything they needed. She had her own efforts, which we were okay with passing out the flyers because the police had told us to stand down. They had everything that they need from the information that we had gave them. So we did that. We continued to post. We continued to pass out flyers. Well, fast forward during all the searches that they did, they're, you know, getting Naziah's name out there, we started receiving death threats and scam artists and psychics and lies, and then people calling us, beware, don't listen to her because she's a scam artist. And someone actually vandalized my house because a lot of Roxy followers believe that we didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not true. A lot of people did a lot of different things in their own way. So, and that was kind of, you know, devastating. I'm receiving death threats. That, you know, my house is being vandalized. My job is being called. Somebody called my job asking for me, trying to get in contact with me and my supervisor. Then the security officer had to come and talk to me, and they didn't put up a thing. If anybody, you know, basically they had to secure me to make sure no one came up to the job looking for me. That was crazy. That was the rift when we all were supposed to be working together in efforts of getting Naziah's name out there, finding Naziah, working with the police with Naziah. And it was a few other things, but that was the main rift that had happened with all that internet stuff. Roxy made some posts on social media about us, but you know, it's real messed up. And it's some other things. Kewana, I don't know if you have anything you want to say.
I do actually. I have a lot I want to say on that subject. So again, like she said, you know, for the people that's questioning who else cared, we've been there since 2022. We were making calls. We were trying to gain custody. They were denying us of doing the proper investigations because they needed a child to say that they were being abused. The calls continued to go out to CPS. We did not stop. We were still moving, trying to get help. We were still reaching out to workers. We were calling, you know, attorneys and so on. Fast forward, again, like she stated, Roxy was supposed to, and we're planning to move here in November. When the big brother ran away, I'm not going to say his name, in September of 22, a whole lot of Facebook stuff took place. That was a result of me reaching out to Rosalind's mother, which is my older cousin, just to say, hey, you know, I need somebody to talk to. We had begun to talk regularly, despite the family telling me not to deal with her for various amounts of things or whatever they had going on. I said, you know what? Well, you know, we continued to converse. That day I said, hey, this is happening. She said, you know what? I'm going to call you back. I want to make this call to Annette because they talk regularly. She did that. Once she got off the phone with my aunt Annette, her daughters attacked her. My aunt Annette daughters attacked Rosalind's mother on the internet, which is Facebook. The attacks continued to come. And that's when she posted about what was going in the home and what was going on inside the home. Fast forward, you know, a bunch of drama, you know, continued to happen as far as, like she said, us being spoke about on social media. I felt like that was very, you know, that was messed up because, like she stated, we're supposed to be family. We started this. We've been doing this. We didn't just start when Naziah came up missing. And I put out that abuse was going on. The facts are out. Okay, the receipts are there. It was posted on Facebook, the abuse that was happening in the home. That was in September. It was put out by Rosalind's mother, what was going on in September in the house. That being said, everybody knew. Okay, if you follow Facebook, I at the time didn't have a Facebook. I'm gonna be real clear, and so I was getting all my information about what's going on Facebook from other people. But those that know, there was a multiple arguments, and I would just say it was messed up that she did that to us because at the time that we were standing our ground against that household, she was still in contact with Shannon. Okay, it got to a point where she was threatening us on the internet, or threatening Jernell on the internet to come and kick her ass and whoever's lying on her cousin.
It wasn't me particularly. She said anybody who lying on my cousin.
Anybody who lying on my cousin about her baby daddy being a pedophile, I'm coming to kick their ass. Listen, we were really dealing with this in real time. Okay, so fast forward, her agenda versus our agenda, everybody had their reasoning for wanting to. Our reason solely was because we love not just Keziah, but all those children in the house. We were very active in their lives up until the point where I found out about the abuse. She found out the abuse, and they cut us off from being able to come get the children. You know, we were at birthdays, holidays, you name it. Okay, so I don't know how things happened the way they did. I don't know why she would do the things that she would do. You know, I brought them into the equation as far as letting her mom know what was going on, you know? So again, like she said, it was just messed up to say the things that were said about us on social media. There was lies put out there, you know, and it wasn't right.
It put our families in jeopardy, our professions in jeopardy.
And let me say this. The reason why I wasn't doing the things that they wanted me to do, or she wanted me to do, because we already had the investigators letting us know we got everything we need. All we need y'all to do is not compromise the case and stay out of the way. Anything that y'all do outside of that is jeopardizing the case. The things that they see coming out in court now, that's hanging him, they already had that from the beginning. The phone calls, the telephone calls, the phone numbers that they were given, we gave them. We said when it was with Detroit Public School Police, they were shedding in my eye. They weren't giving them the tablets and phones and so on. We were pressing the Detroit Public School Police and saying, oh no, she's got this tablet. She got this social media. Oh, that's not the only phone, honey. They took that phone. That phone was taken around this time. She had a phone that her mother gave her. Y'all got to go into those records and see what was going on. Okay. So we never stopped being active as far as fighting for not just Keziah, but all the children. All the children.
And I'm really shocked about the school.
It was supposed to be a shared effort. It was supposed to be a shared effort, and things just went to a whole.
It just went left for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah. And schools are mandated reporters, so I mean, it's not like they have to prove it. Once you tell a school, any school from 0 to 12, and even college, once you tell them that there's some abuse taking place, they are mandated reporters, and that's why I guess you know they can't come back and tell you what they're doing. We can't. I'm a mandated reporter. I have to report anything that goes on that don't look right, or that's not right, or that a child tells me, or another family member tell me, or whatever. But I can't come back and tell. I can tell the officers or Child Protective Service, but I can't come back and give you any information. So I think that's what some things got lost in the loop, you know.
Yeah. And may I add this before we move on? I was very upset. And again, my appreciation goes out for the word getting put out there. You know, everybody had their own efforts, but I was very upset and displeased when the children's faces was put on social media. They're minors, okay? They're minors. They suffered being bullied. There was jail time given up for having to defend the bullying. You know, the older cousin that was very close to Keziah suffered. You know, they were bullying her, your daddy this, your daddy that. You know, you have to be real.
Cousins going to school and trying to go to other kids because somebody in your family is going through this. And then you're trying to transition into college, and then you being recognized there.
That's
like, in naming their names. And, you know, we didn't agree with a lot of that. You know, we were trying to keep the other children, you know, no one knew their names or who they, you know, like who they were. People only knew who Keziah was, but it was just a lot of mess, and it's just unfortunate because that's not the route that we wanted to take.
Not at all.
And I got tough skin. You know what other people's do usually don't bother me, but when it started to bother me, when it started to jeopardize my job, I'm a nurse.
That's right. And
children calling my job,
and people coming to your house, and people throwing threats.
I had to call the Macomb County Sheriff to my house because somebody broke the locks from my front door.
I got the pictures to show it.
It did something to my Ring camera too. So, you know, that's troubling. Like, just allowing the perception that we were involved. Like, for a long time, I was mistaken. They thought I was Auntie Shannon. You know, so I realized, you know, oh, they mistaken me because I'm saying I'm her aunt. They're mistaking me for Shannon. Get that. But to have some people who you're supposed to be working with I mean, I'm not going to say they weren't true, but they didn't agree with, and then have other people jump on the bandwagon of attacking you. That's just like that's just kind of pretty, you know.
This Jarvis guy goes. This
Yeah,
Jarvis in the community.
Absolutely.
It's not you guys. It's not Isaiah. It's this Jarvis guy got out of prison. We tried to help him in a place where he should have been rehabilitated, but he came out and did the same thing and just did more harm. Just did more and more harm. All of this is him. Like the judge called him today, a monster.
A monster.
He's a monster.
He is.
And he needs to go back and not return.
That's right.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. This whole thing has been devastating for us. And I mean, like, the most devastating, of course, is Naziah. But the next thing will be the fact that we don't have a relationship with the children. Like,
absolutely.
Shannon's oldest daughter, her and Shannon lived with me for about 2 years.
Wow.
Like I told you, me and Shannon was thick as thieves. She lived with me for 2 years. Her oldest daughter called me Auntie Mommy.
Wow.
Like, my kids miss them. Like, my son is 22 years old now, and he like, what? Like, I had to have a conversation with them about, like, you know, when you was kids and Shannon was living with me, did he ever come over? Yeah, he came over, but he never came past the front door. You know, it was only 15 minutes. But just to hear all this stuff on social media, he pissed. Like, I wish I had to pay more attention. But then again, he couldn't pay more attention because I knew that he was a sex offender, and I kind of kept my kids from over there. They would be invited to birthday parties. They didn't come because I couldn't.
Right.
I wasn't leaving my kids over there.
No, never.
No, so it was like, I would call the kids, tell them happy birthday, maybe get them something to eat, or we'll swing by as a family, do ice cream and cake, say hello, keep on going, or we just didn't go because I just couldn't trust that.
I don't know a woman. I don't know if you guys do, Deborah, Kewana, Jernell. I don't know a woman that if a man spent that many years in prison for rape, I'm just gonna say it like it is, for raping children, would allow them to come into her home and be around her children. I don't understand that part. I don't care. My husband is nice looking. I'm sure you got husbands. But if he raped somebody, I thought he raped somebody, you can't be with me. You can't be around me.
No, absolutely not.
I don't care. The looks has nothing to do with it. It's your actions.
Nope.
I mean, I don't understand how somebody help me. You let somebody sleep in your house like that.
Low self-esteem. I used to always talk to her like, why are you staying with him? And one time she told me, you don't understand, that's my children's father. I'm like, girl, he everybody daddy. He got babies between your babies.
No,
I gave her a baby shower. He was supposed to come and so-called help. He was so busy trying to rush up out there to go to another girl who was having a baby.
Oh.
Like, and I was like, you don't deserve this. These kids deserve better. You could do better.
Yeah.
That's my kid's daddy. I said,
and they're not going to have any Social Security.
Nothing. He ain't never had no real job.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. I think that we need to point out too. And it's a couple things because there's a question that someone asked about Roxy. I want to direct it to Kewana. But here's something that we need to think about on social media, audience and everyone that is watching us that's under the sound of our voices, is that be careful. You know, people become emotional and things like that. I've had to more or less break up fights in the comment section because people start going at each other's throat and this and that and the other. But you can't get to a point where, you know, you want to take it to real life. These are, you know, people are real people and things like that. We forget the fact, and I have to admit, I rarely even think about it. With a person like a Jarvis Butts, that's such a monster. I can't think of another word off the top of my head. Even with a monster like Jarvis Butts, he has children, innocent children, right? That number one are probably being abused themselves because it doesn't sound like this guy discriminates. And then number two, that have to go to school, interact in their communities and all of that kind of stuff. We have to learn how to manage our emotions and all of that stuff. Nobody should be coming home with their car vandalized, and this is ridiculous.
That's right.
You know, and this is why it's important that the world starts to see these two ladies because it's not like they weren't, because they were there from day one. I saw it in the comments earlier. These two have been there since 10 toes down since day one. I think I put it on the screen. So somebody out there remembers y'all, and y'all backed away from media exposure. Yeah, go ahead.
I think that's what it is. Like, I never wanted my name in lights. I wanted Naziah's name in lights. I'm a quiet person, and because of the job that I have, I work with people who are not guilty by reason of insanity that are out in the community. So I can't have my name out there like on social media everywhere. I chose to do this to clear it up.
That's right.
I've been quiet and been working behind the scenes, and maybe I would have did things differently if I hadn't been told from day one, stand down. Thank you for the information. We got everything we need.
That's right. That's right. And if you recall our first interview, we had our faces blotted out and our voices disguised.
Because they recommended it to us for our protection because we didn't know what we was dealing with. We didn't know what was going on. We was down at the police in the meetings with the police chief. We was down there with the council, the community council for Detroit. We was talking to the police commissioner was by our side pretty much every day, on the phone with us almost every single day.
The organized searches.
Yep, to give us flyers, talk to us, keep us in the loop about things, express our concerns and stuff like that. We talked to the head detectives a few days after the 14th when everything became televised. They found out about Clinton Township from me.
Sure did.
They didn't even know that she lived in Clinton Township.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why we was quiet, because they told us, pass out flyers, keep her name out there. We remaining hopeful, but this is a recovery effort.
Yeah, sure did. And we knew that. Yes, absolutely. And I made it clear. I made that clear that that's what they said.
Who go looking for bodies in the water? Go look and do that big of a search the day after announcement in some water. We already knew what it was. They had already explained that what was most likely was going to be the scenario.
Sure did.
So why would we go in abandoned houses and following leads from other social media representatives, falsifying information, go talking to accusing other people and defaming other people's characters who are trying to defend themselves against these allegations and different things like that? Why would we go and do that? So people really got mad at us because we wasn't out there doing a lot of that. But that just was my choice not to do that. And who am I to tell the other person who was doing it not to do it? So, but that was just real hurtful that it ended up like that. And then to the point where the sheriff is driving past my house every single night to make sure that nobody else vandalize anything or try to break. They broke the lock on my front door and broke my Ring camera.
Yeah. And guess what? Days after that, our lock was off the front door. I have the pictures to show. Sure was. So at that point, we were like, oh, no.
I still got the death threats. I got the death threats in my thing. I get so many messages from people saying off the wall stuff.
It's craziness. And what's crazy to me is, for the judgmental people, I have seen half of them come out. It's easy to sit behind your TV screen or your phone and pass judgment when you're not out doing anything about it. They didn't come out. They weren't at those meetings with us with the police chief and the organized searches and so on. They were behind their phone screens with their wine and their popcorn.
It's a handful of people who have actually went out and did. Well, I can't say, but like the search efforts when they was going to the house, because I didn't go to any of that. But as far as the protests that we did and things like that, 5 to 7 people, they know who you are. Thank you, because they've been here since day one. But as far the people who was doing all that stuff, I ain't never seen those people.
Well, did Jarvis live in Clinton Township or River Rouge area?
Deborah asked me that Jarvis' papa was a Rolling Stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. He went from one girl house to the other house, to the Shannon house, to the Annette house, to the hotel, to the shop, he slept wherever.
Double lives, honey, but he lived quadruple. He had everything down pat. He would be at one lady house at this time, from that time, 2 a.m. Boom, he done left there. She got.
That's what I said. The one. She said he leave at 2 o'clock. I said, the other girl must work at Chrysler because they get off at 3 a.m. So he had to get home. Then he get up and go and take the kids to school for Shannon. Then go to work and recruit more women while he was at the shop, because he met most of them at the shop. Then go wherever he was going in the afternoon. So I don't know where that man lived at.
Listen, the judge said today when she was giving her ruling, she said, at first I thought you had a mental disability, because it was like you had the mind of a 10-year-old. Did y'all hear her when she said that today? It's ridiculous. I can't think of any other word for Jarvis, but scumbag, literal, just awful. But somebody asked a question. Pam Esquire, she's an attorney and fellow YouTuber. She was asking, was Jarvis on the sex registry, and why was he being allowed to be around children? You might have left out and came back in, Pam. There was at some point after he did his prison time that he was not on. Somehow he did not get on the sex registry, correct?
Yeah.
Right. But eventually, through a series of happenings, he did properly get placed on the sex registry and has been on ever since. And of course, we know.
But his last report date was 2019.
Yeah, he hasn't reported for that. So the thing, even the police, that's why I said it's a big systemic failure, because they should have been looking for him.
They should have picked him up. He was not a scam. What do you call him?
This is his second gun charge since he's been released from prison.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it because he's cute?
Cute.
I don't understand what's happening. You know what?
He slipped through the
cracks. He got a gift of gab.
I haven't
You
seen.
see how he tried to talk his way out of everything. He got the gift of gab, and he's slick, and he know how. You see how he sit in that courtroom and stay under the radar? Quiet as a mouse.
But can I ask a question? Why he got all these women with a mask on?
Oh, he don't either. I assumed at first he didn't want nobody to see his face, but now I'm thinking it's because he got bruises.
Yeah, it's because he done got beat up so bad and the lip busted and his teeth knocked out. Because there's no way he can go with all these thousands of people and be scared of germs. Go ahead on. You in jail with 10 or 15 people.
Right. I'm happy she made him stand up at the end, but I wish he turned to sit down.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Say it again.
I saw the bruises on the side of his face, on the eyes and all that. But I'm gonna say he did it to himself. I don't blame nobody. I don't believe nobody in that jail cell did that.
And listen, if to all the inmates that's tuned in, and if they run across this, thank you. Keep it going.
Go viral. Go viral.
He need to suffer every single day for the rest of his life. And hopefully
he will.
One of some of that stuff to tell us where she is, because that's my main goal now.
Children. He's a danger to all our children.
All the way around. Because women ain't safe around him either, especially if they have young daughters.
And I don't think a lot of people know, like everybody know these charges for Naziah, but there are 8 other children, 8 other cases. One of the
he got through going to court.
Oh no, he go to court on the 16th to be bonded over for Naziah. Then it's another trial starting on the 17th for the sexual molestation of another child under the age of 13. It's multiple.
Oh, you know what? I did. Yeah.
What's that?
All these charges are not just Naziah. There are other children.
You're right.
Dating back to 2015, who families have came forward, or they are adults now and they came forward, or they're teenagers and came forward and said he did the same.
Oh, he's another one of those. What's that doctor name that went to jail for molesting all them? The sports person.
Oh yeah, the Michigan Staters.
Yeah, he in that category. Same category.
But you know, and then even in this case, he's got charges for 2 other girls underage, whatever, criminal sexual conduct, combined into Naziah's case. I think a lot of people don't know,
because I've been focusing on the preliminary, but somebody told me it was some additional charges put on Tuesday. So I
heard the one today.
They said it was some additional charges on Tuesday, so I don't know.
I'll look it up.
I know a temp charge was put on him with the little girl that testified. That's a
I think that's what it was after her testimony. After her testimony,
with an intent to do sexual.
And he made them watch. He made other children watch.
Right. You know what? That boy need to go on somewhere. Where is his? Who is he? Yeah. No one's asked, who is this person? Everybody's out after an innocent family. And I know, and I thank God for Kewana. I think that was her name, coming forth. And that had to be hard, because I love my brothers with all my heart. I love my brothers, but I'm not going to stand behind wrong. Yeah. And I admire her for doing that. But if his family has got to be hurting, because this is insane.
Yeah.
Brother, what did we do? What happened to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something happened to him. What did somebody do to you? Did we not get you the proper help at the proper time? It's something else going on.
Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. I think we're gonna find out as the time goes on. It's gonna be more and more. This thing is so it's mind-boggling type of insane. Like, it's just you couldn't make it up. That you wouldn't believe it if they made it up. I want to ask Yana and Jernell, let's do this again.
Yes.
Because this case is going to keep going on, and I think that we need to continue a pattern of educating the public and stamping out misinformation and things like that. We'll make decisions about it. We'll touch base and all of that. But I want to, hopefully you guys will come back so that we can, so that we can keep this going. And I think it would help a lot of things. And like I said, the misinformation. And I saw a lot of things today somebody thought that the family had put it out, that Shannon and her mother had put it out, that was trying to say that Jarvis was autistic. And I knew it was a situation with an autistic person as it relates to Messiah.
Yeah.
But this is what happened when these little stories get out. It gets so twisted, and you know, it's not even close to the truth anymore by the time it circles back around. So, but I want to close out, and one of the things that I want to do, I always like to do when I do these live broadcasts, interviews, things like that, is to give out resources. Kewana said something very dear to my heart. Y'all excuse me. This case, I have to say, this is the only case that I never know when I'm gonna bust out crying. I'm not getting ready to cry, but this is a tough one. This is a tough one. But Kewana said something to me earlier today that I think is the most important thing as it stands right now, and that is to get to some solutions.
Absolutely.
And I think that the way that we do that is, or part of the way that we do that, is to be able to give people resources and things like that. And I want to direct the audience to the community wall on the channel, on Community Advocate Network. I do post, if you're in Michigan, especially if you're in the state of Michigan where we are, I try to give resources for various things to help people, because some of these situations is just like, there is a very excellent program called Covenant House here in Detroit. They have 2 locations, I believe, in Detroit and in Grand Rapids, I believe. They take teens up to 24 years old. Teen homelessness is like much bigger than what I realized. So, and there's a couple of other resources that Ms. Lori Clark Horton has provided for the network. And I have them all posted on the community wall. It's been a minute, so you're gonna have to scroll a little bit, or I'll repost them again. But it's very important that you guys find out what is out there and what is available for various situations. I don't care if you need help getting your light bill paid or whatever. But in this case, we want to start finding ways and improving ourselves as a community to protect our children. This insanity, as Lori called it, has to stop.
That's right.
Jarvis Butts cannot operate in our community. It's got to stop. Okay, so we're going to talk some more. I'm not going to preach tonight, y'all. I'm not going to preach tonight. But Kewana shared with me something extremely important that she is trying to work on, and I'm going to close out with this, with a nonprofit organization in honor of Nasiah Harris. And I would like for, if you don't mind, Kewana sharing that with the audience.
Absolutely. I'm working on some projects now to honor Nasiah. All proceeds will go towards helping young women that has been in abusive and sexually abusive situations. And there's more to come with that. I will come back and disclose all information. It's being built up now. And so stay tuned, because I'm coming. We're coming.
Amen to that.
Amen.
Amen to that. So I think, you know what? I almost forgot one last thing, because I did find a GoFundMe account on Facebook. So can you all tell us about the GoFundMe?
We didn't start a
All right, y'all still here? So we got 600 of y'all in here. Did y'all hit that like button? Good morning, good evening, good night. What time is it where y'all at? It's 5:21 where I am, AM. What y'all think about what they said? I tried not to interrupt. I try not to interrupt too much. 421. Oh, we got Houston, Milwaukee, Mississippi. $222. 421. Where you at, Raynette? What state you in? Cloud chasing at an all-time high with these two. Okay, 13. Happy MLK. St. Louis. Yeah, this it's like monster is an understatement for him. He that malevolent, wicked, dark force that I be trying to tell y'all about and describe. That is JaVIRUS in the flesh. In the flesh. Excuse me. That is him in the flesh. And I'm telling y'all, I really, really, really feel like they got some type of ring going on, and everybody is in on it. CPS. Look, because y'all know we in the Matrix, so think about it. All of these systems was created from the Matrix. CPS, the police force, all of that. The family dynamic. You think they know they toxic? They doing it on purpose. That's why it's hard for them to show emotion, because they don't have emotion. They're running a ring. The school system, yep. Hey, Belle. Who else? Somebody else said hey too. New subscriber. Is that NCB 101? Thank you. Welcome, 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 y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button for me, please. Yes, organ trafficking and human trafficking, yes. And I really, the black market really hit my spirit the other day. So when somebody else brought that up in the chat, I'm like, that was a confirmation. And I feel like that's why Dismembered was coming out in that spirit box that we had listened to. They could have sold her body parts. Allegedly, I'm gonna say that. I'm not saying anything has happened, but that's just what I feel. And if it wasn't necessary, Naziah, I do feel like it has happened within that ring that they got going on. And I just feel like it's a lot deeper than just Annette and Shannon. No, they connected with some other entities, other systems, which are entities. It's my first time here. Okay. Yes. Have you seen this podcast? He said, I was listening to the family. They said it happened to a child mother. So they didn't. And look, it's been happening for generations, sacrificing children. Think about it. It's given it's given Grim Reaper. It's given Grim Reaper vibes. That's what it's given. I don't think that, listen, because if we saying that they are running a trafficking ring with children, they're not going to let a black girl that's fully healthy and pregnant go to waste. You think they finna just throw that body in the water and waste it when they got a whole black market of people that is willing to pay for body parts? And I ain't trying to be gruesome, but that's a real thing. Okay? If they'll pay $600, what is it, a gram for melanin? Just imagine what they will do for all the rest of your body parts. And when we say it's about money, because we know they family money hungry, they're willing to sacrifice their own children to gain some type of financial gain. Very sick, very wicked, very diabolical. But don't think that it's not happening, because it is. And that be the thing. People be thinking, are people really that wicked? Yes. People are really that wicked. The Matrix family dynamic is why I speak about it, because they're not human. Mentally and spiritually and emotionally, they're not. I don't even want to say human, because they say that's not even the right word. Okay. They're not emotional beings. Okay. They don't have the ability to feel things. So if we're dealing with forces of deception, you got to know that they're being used for these forces of deception. What is the primary goal of a force of deception? It's to sacrifice to gain what? Energy vampires. Okay, it's levels to this shit. It's levels to energy siphoning and vampirism. It's levels to it. What y'all think Diddy was doing? What y'all think that the elites be doing? They use children. Why? Because that's the purest energy to them, which it is, you know. So they have to sacrifice children in order to keep their damn rings going and they forces of deception. Look, I got demonic manipulation and sorcery, shape shifting, sacrificing children. Yep, harvesting. Yes. Love the innocent. And like they just said in the video we just watched, they feel like it's a lot deeper too. We ain't feeling that for nothing. But I can guarantee you, if it probably won't come out the way that we know it should come out. Because of the powers that they working with. The court can even be involved. The court can be involved. The attorneys can be involved. The jury can be involved. Jarvis, it was just his time. It was just his time to, you know, they've used it. You know what I'm picking up on? He might have violated a contract with the forces of deception. You know, the forces of wickedness. He might have violated a contract somewhere, somehow. Just like they will do with, you know, like a celebrity, how they'll humiliate them and sabotage them. Y'all get what I'm saying? Because it was something that they some type of breach of contract, some type of coven. Auto shot was a cover. Yeah. Yeah, and because we're in this time, you can't hide it. It's almost like what I need to find a words for the energy that I feel. Sometimes it'd be hard to translate what I'm feeling. Yes, them contracts be real. Okay. Y'all know that scripture that be like, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but with principalities and spirits and wicked in high places, or something like that. Those principalities are able to come in to use people's bodies, and they come in with a contract, a certain amount of time, to cause as much destruction as they can, or siphon as much energy as they can. and they have like a certain time frame to do that within that spiritual contract. That's where that shape shifting energy is coming from that I'm picking up on in the sorcery, because they coming in by way of shadows. All right. So if think about it, because remember how we say the generational curses, that mean they dealing with a lot of shadows, right? That's how these principalities are able to use their bodies to fulfill these covens. Right. Agents of chaos. You got it right there. That's it. And they're able to manipulate them by way of their shadows. The trauma. 555 in the chat. Confirmation. They able to use that. They're simply agents of the matrix. These malevolent forces. They wanted to take, they had to do what they did to Naziah. They had to. Because they knew who she was. They knew what she was capable of. They knew her power. Divine feminine energy. I pick up that a lot from Naziah. And they knew that. See, we look at it like, and it's diabolical, okay? A grown man being with a child. But this principality look at it like that was the purest energy. Divine feminine energy is a pure energy. Get what I'm saying? Say Nephilim descendants. Yeah. She said we hear the. You said they thought death will close it out, but it heightened it exactly because you see how she woke the world up about her. That divine feminine energy, it just transferred. They thought that they was going to destroy her, but it transferred. That's all it did. And now guess what? The whole world know about it. Well, it seemed like it anyway, but a lot of people in the world know about it. And I just really feel like Zanaya is doing her due diligence to make sure that we get down to the bottom of it. It takes certain Sibyls and certain spiritualists to speak about this. It does. And it takes for us to continue to push out the story. It takes that. Because this is a very dark force that's being exposed. You right, Nisi. This is a very dark force that's being exposed and has been hidden for generations. Jarvis was sent to Shannon to get to Naziah. Because remember I tell y'all, they know exactly what they be doing. Nothing is a coincidence. It be planned out. I feel like Jarvis was sent to that family. And the grandma allowed it because she working with the same force that he working with. Yes, years in advance. Evil has to show his hand at work. Yeah. Yep, I think so too. Nothing new under the sun. Yeah. Said it was already on their family. Right. And that's how he was able to come in easily. Just been passed down, passed down. It was common ground, common territory for Jarvis. But Jarvis' sister make it seem like they grew up so, you know, non-dysfunctional. She said they grandma raised them, but Jarvis ain't get like that overnight. Jarvis got like that from some shit that happened in his childhood. Now, whether his sister want to admit that or not, she ain't got to. We know people wind up exactly how they is because of some type of trauma that took place in their childhood. And them family curses from Jarvis family and the same family curses from Harris family linked up. Them shadows linked up and caused more destruction. Right. How he had a child at 13 because it was something toxic going on. And then she say, "Oh, we can't." His sister said, "We can't control what another grown person do." And it's like, but you knew what type of grown person he was. You knew what type of background Jarvis has. I just feel like everybody in this situation doing whatever they can not to take accountability. So if they got to keep the finger pointing at somebody else, then that's exactly what they gonna do to protect their shadows and the portals that they got within themselves that's allowing these forces to work through them as well. They're protecting these principalities access to them. That's what they're protecting. Says, and Kewana said she was close with Shannon. She said she's seen her kids often. That's why I say everybody guilty until proven innocent. Yeah, kudos. Okay, you got on the stand and you spoke your quote unquote piece. Okay, that still don't mean nothing. Not to me. You did what you needed to do to clear your own ass. You said y'all know that Chris got a whole ass church. Tax purposes, yeah. I don't know who Chris is, but I know churches do it all the time. Lack of accountability, yes. That the lady was 27, Jarvis was 13. Don't y'all know that was a setup? That was a setup. I'm telling y'all, they got to traumatize you as a child so that those principalities could use you as a portal. They have to traumatize the children. That's why we have to protect the children. But if the adults are already portals for principalities to manifest these wicked forces through, they're not going to protect the children. And the systems backing up these forces. It's systems. These slave systems. None of these systems are in place to help evolve humanity or, none of that. All of these systems are in place to push slavery. It's a slave narrative. It's a slave narrative. Renee, what you mean? Tread lightly, because I will block you quick. If you don't understand what I'm saying, just say that. And I'll try to break it down to you at lamest term. But for the other detectives in the chat, y'all picking up what I'm putting down. Amen. Yeah. But they're not willing to unlearn it. They're not, it's like their minds are so double-minded at this point, it's completely taken over their psyche that, you know, some of us come into this realm already knowing, you know, already tapped in with source. Yeah, we get manipulated and a little traumatized by our family, our matrix family, but we have a certain level of protection as well. So they only can do so much damage. Source only allows them to do so much trauma to us that will ignite our spiritual awakening, not hinder our spiritual awakening. It actually makes us go within, and that was the whole purpose. Because we question things. They don't. So it's a difference. And if you want to know what the difference in being chosen is, I just explained it. That is the difference. How the saying go? About the chosen one? What's the saying, y'all? I know y'all know what I'm saying. Everybody called, but few are chosen. That's the difference right there. The ones that have the ability to go within versus the ones that do not, and seeking whom they can devour to get that illusionary feeling that they think that they're getting. That's what they going after. They want to feel they want to feel source energy so bad that they're literally roaming the earth trying to figure out who they can devour. That's what that scripture really means. It's talking about these principalities. What do principalities mean? Principalities literally mean realms. This is a multi, or like a what's the word I'm trying to say? Because it goes from spiritual to physical. Okay, it has the ability to travel the realms. That's what a principality means. Another word for principality is jurisdictions as well. So these systems is ran by principalities that look like humans. That's why I got a shapeshifter card right here, because it's what I pulled earlier. It's a shapeshifter card. That's what that means. These are principalities, aka jurisdictions, that have created these systems of slavery. Interdimensional. That's what I'm trying to say. That was it right there. Interdimensional entities. That's it. And yeah, so these interdimensional entity, malevolent entities, are the ones behind these systems. That's why they don't need slavery change no more. They have government. Government literally translates to mind control. This is what psychological and spiritual warfare is. It's in the mind. We can't even necessarily, he said, and honestly, these same forces is over the media. They over the media. That's one of their number one ways to keep the propagandas going, to keep the slavery of the minds going. So we can't even necessarily really chase these trust the celebrities. Yes, they will tell you some truth. They're going to tell you some truth. I'm not saying what Cat Williams said wasn't truth, because they're going to tell you some truth. But they're also going to be deceptive in all of their ways too. And if we know that media is totally controlled by these interdimensional forces, then that means everybody that is considered a celebrity is questionable. Telling you, influence is the biggest tactic that they use. Influence. Convince you that it's this way when it's really that way. They influence the truth. They influence the deception and act like they coming in truth. And guess what? What they say is gonna resonate with you because they tell you a little truth, but they sprinkle it with a whole lot of lies too. And that's why you be like, oh yeah, they was telling the truth. They was, yeah, they that, they this. Nah, not really. Not really. Mix the truth with deception, cause chaos and confusion. That's it. Their goal is to divide and conquer. Why? Because they can maintain power and authority over the masses of people as long as we are mentally divided. That's why they attack the chosen ones who realize that, oh, I'm a sovereign being. Actually, I have control over my mind. Oh, I'm a critical thinker. That's why they attack those people like that, because you gonna start to influence other people. You're gonna start to wake other people up, and they don't want that to happen. They don't want that to happen because why? They want to keep up their power, their illusionary power. They're gaining power of the masses all over the world by way of trauma, force, abuse, fear. People are afraid to challenge these slave systems. But they got me fucked up because I'm against all forms of slavery. I'm against all forms of slavery. You said I was, because saying girl what sounds a little passive aggressive to me in a way. Like, girl what? Like, what do you mean, girl what? And I asked her who she was talking to or what she was talking about. The energy of that comment didn't feel right to me. That's why I said that. And I also did say, I will block you, because that's facts. If you're trying to be funny. I'm sitting here trying to break down what I'm saying, and you send a message saying, girl, what? Like, let's not act like we don't know what the energy that what that comment was given, okay? Yeah, some people that's just what they rather do. They rather be slaves. They rather, be delusional. You say as though we're delusional. Yeah, that's how they treat you. Like, what? You the crazy one. What you talking? You the one still a slave. Mentally. Say I asked, you say. Yep. And they don't realize that they're creating their own hell. they're so far removed from their self. Ego has totally consumed them. Say trying to gaslight, can't even do that right. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. You at this point, I am beyond the gaslighting. I am beyond that. I'm beyond that now. Mm-hmm. You say, do people believe in the Bible or God no more? I believe that the concept of religion is to keep you from going within yourself and realizing that you are a manifestation of God's source and that you have the power to create your own reality. And like one of the detectives said in the comment, you create your own heaven and hell by way of your mentality, whether that's knowingly or unknowingly. But you saying, do people believe it? It's a lot of people that's still very religious. It's a lot of people very religious. But see, the only way that these principalities are able to manipulate is by way of shadows. That's the only power that they have. But when people refuse to heal themselves and transform them shadows and claim their shadow self and create the duality within themselves, now you're no longer a target, an easy target for them principalities to, fulfill their attack assignments and shit like that. Like healing is key. Like you have to do that. You can't get around it. I wrote this down earlier. The energy of my eye is upon us, celebrities and regular people, regular civilians or whatever. Balancing of the heart chakra, the scales of Ma'at are balancing out your heart chakra. If it's too heavy, you just won't be able to evolve. And that's just it. Have a good night, VM. We finna get off here. It's good morning. We got 555 on the timer, y'all. Alignment, synchronicities is there. You have to get all of the negative, dense emotions out of your heart space. Yes, Tracy. Said the white male dominated patriarchal society created religion. The Bible was the guide. Right. And they got the whole concept of the Bible from the deity Isis or Aset. The whole concept of Jesus come from Aset. But see, that take us down the whole rabbit hole of them wanting to erase the divine feminine. It's all patriarchy is simply against divine feminine. And against order, balance. That's why I say the spirit of my eye is upon us right now. It's all about balance, justice. twisted every single thing in regards to natural order and law, right? They have distorted it, every single aspect of it. Manipulated every single aspect of natural law in order to gain power and control over the masses. It's crazy. It's crazy. And a lot of that goes back to slavery for us. It goes back to slavery. The natural structure of the family dynamic. Yes, good morning. I'm finna get off here too. I got a few more minutes. Yeah, we're gonna definitely have to tap back in, y'all. We're gonna definitely have to do that because y'all know I love talking about this type of stuff. It's my thing. But see, the Bible come from the Vaticans, the true Vaticans, not the one that we know of today. That had everything to do with divine feminine Sibyls, the Bible. So that's why it will resonate with us. That's why we can quote that. That's why we can use that, in divination, because it comes from us. It comes from us. See you, Tay. Some of our people are asleep. Keep pushing dismiss on the alarm clock. Yeah. And it ain't my job to wake their ass up. I'm not finna stress myself out trying to wake nobody up. I used to think that, like, I used to write down everything that I'm gonna say to my family, like my mom and my grandma. I used to write it down, like, okay, I could probably convince them if I say it like this, and if I point it out in the Bible like this, and I kind of get them a different perspective. They don't want your perspective. They like what they believe. My grandma yelled at me so loud. She was like, I ain't gonna never stop serving Jesus, or something like that. She said. I just looked at her like, all right, you got it, ma'am. That was it for me. I was done. And she told me that I was her enemy. My grandmother looked at me dead in my face and told me I'm her enemy because she saw that I talk about chakras and, becoming enlightened. I'm like, your Bible literally tells you that you need to open your pineal gland in order so that your body could be full of light. Do it not? Your body, what you thought it was talking about? They don't want to hear. They hate the truth. They hate it. They are afraid of the truth. That's how brainwashed people are. I ain't finna wreck my brain trying to convince nobody to be free. Stay a slave. Enjoy. Same thing happened with our great what was her name? Freeing a slave, y'all. I'm getting sleepy. I can't think of her name, but y'all know exactly who I'm talking about. She was freeing the slaves, right? And I can see her face, but I just can't call the name right now. Harriet. They did the same thing to Harriet. She literally was trying to free people and they turned around. No, I can't do it. I'm going back to Massa. Help yourself. Bye. That's why she had to pull her blicky out. Who else want to go back? You better hurry up because you fist to die. Because I ain't playing with you. I want freedom. And I'm trying to help you, but you want to go back to Massa. Matter of fact, they might not even made it back to master because she like, at this point, I can't even trust you no more. You ain't going back. Either you gonna go forward or you finna be left in this water. No, they had to cross the water to get free. But they was thinking, and see, that's just it. Even with our people, the slaves was looking at Harriet like, what is you doing? We got to cross this water. We got to go through the trenches to be free. I ain't got no money. I ain't got no food. Master feed me good. Master got a little hut for me to sleep in at night with no blankets and no bed. Master got this and Master got that. That's all they was worried about that. They wasn't thinking about the end result. They wasn't thinking about the end result. Have a great night. I'm gonna sleep good when I get off here. All right, y'all. I am finna get off here. I get to preaching. My baby want to lay down too. My baby want to lay down. She's sick of me now. She want to go get in the big bed. You sick of me? Shaquille, I usually go live at night, like late. Well, these past few days I have, like 11, 12 a.m. because it works best for me. I might get on a little earlier tomorrow, though. I'll try. Say it feels good to find a channel that fit spirituality. Yeah. Yes, that's what it's about. Morals. Yes. Get out of survival mode. Wind up like Shannon and her family trying to survive. Because they don't realize that you are God. You can attract everything that you need. You lack nothing. Scarcity is an illusion. You lack nothing. You don't have to sacrifice yourself just to have people in your life or in your space. Love yourself. And I'm gonna leave y'all with this. This is just not the time to be holding on to people, places, and things that don't serve your highest good. Make sure y'all be mindful of your thoughts, because your thoughts create your beliefs. Your beliefs create your desires, and your desires create your destiny. You have the power. Believe that you have the power. Okay? Use your discernment. Question everything. Everybody guilty until proven innocent. Okay? Question me. Whatever I'm teaching y'all something, go look for yourself. Cross-reference me. I'm that. I'm like that. I'm not one of them people that tell you, "Oh, believe everything I say." This ain't religion. No, go do the work yourself and make sure. Candy cane. Thank you. Yep. That's what they don't want you to know. They want you to create self-fulfilling prophecies by way of illusions, having you believing in lies and creating a reality. That's how the Matrix is able to stay being the Matrix and, thriving on survival, because people don't realize that they are the ones keeping the Matrix going. Instead of becoming the God that you are by creating your own reality. All right, y'all. That's it. That's all. Practice discernment. I love to say you got to see with your ears and hear with your eyes. Don't let that go over your head. It's always deeper than that. All right. I'll catch y'all later. It was fun. Yes. Love y'all. Thank you to my mod too. Thank you. Y'all be sticking it out with me. All right, I'm gone for real.